Hello everyone, welcome to a new DSP video. I've been trying to make this video for a while now. There's always something that gets in the way of it, so hopefully this time I'll be able to finish this video. We're gonna talk about the rich drama. It is pretty funny to me that this pre-stream doesn't really need to exist. In reality, this pre-stream does not need to exist at all, because really the chain of events that happened. So Rich watched the WWE Champions video that Secret Life put out, then proceeded to cancel his membership to DSP Gaming, and then Rich's fans or trolls, whatever you want to call them, went to DSP's chat to tell him that happened, and then DSP got mad about it, and at some point in that Friday night stream, he said something like, "Oh, Rich deserves to be raided by my fans to demand an apology," or whatever. And then Saturday, he makes a pre-stream giving Rich a big ultimatum to either apologize or get the fuck out. And then Rich then comments later that day on the night stream saying that he doesn't need to bellyache about bills or whatever to his audience, and then that led to DSP banning him, and then that led to Rich doing a video on that Sunday about DSP, which then led to this. And I really want to bring up that DSP was really hyped to talk about this. He hyped it up on his Twitter, he hyped it up in his chat, he named the stream after it. Like, he got really pumped to talk about the Rich drama. It's kind of funny to me that he is so fast to do this video and this stream. It's kind of ridiculous. And again, this whole thing doesn't need to exist, because he really did not need to do that pre-stream on Saturday where he gave him an ultimatum. Just, let it be. DSP needs to learn the lesson of letting things go. Just let it go. Like, okay, yeah, he cancels his membership and he watched a video that you don't think it's a good video. Okay, yippee. I mean, the other thing is, I feel the crux of this whole thing, the main reason why DSP is mad at Rich about this, is not only because he's, for some reason, very harsh to Rich. Like, he was on the Quarter Wings interview video, he talked to Wings in the past, and both of them have always made fun of DSP after those interactions. And DSP let it go. He let it, he was like, oh, whatever. Like, the Quarter Wings said that, the Quarter Wing makes fun of me? But, like, he's just razzing me, man. It's just a razzing, But when Rich does it, it's like a horrible thing, and he hates Rich for doing the same shit the Quarter Wing has done. So it's really weird that DSP is really specific with Rich when he doesn't really need to be. The other thing is he watched a video from Secret Life, and I think that's kind of, everything else in that Rich has done didn't do Rich any favors to DSP. But I think the main reason was that Rich propagated that Secret Life video about WWE Champions. And even then, you watch that video that Rich did on that Sunday, he said that, oh, DSP allegedly did this. He's not saying he did it for sure. He's just saying that, look, there's all this stuff that kind of says you did do it. And he's just pretty much saying, why don't you just kind of discuss it? We're not asking you to do anything more than that or whatever. And, if DSP doesn't want to talk about it, that's fine. I don't think Rich is gonna, press it any further than he did in that video. But the main reason why he made that video was because of the statements he did on Saturday. That's why he made that video. So he did that video, and DSP decided to capitalize on it and get really pumped about this. About talking about Rich. So let's get into it.
On a day like today, I'd be super pumped and positive. I'd be jumping, raring to go on stream today. I'd be in a great mood. And indeed,
wait, hold up. I'm gonna lower the resolution. I did not mean this to be 1080p. 480p DSP is the best DSP resolution, dude.
indeed I was when I woke up. Super pumped and positive. I'd be jumping, raring to go on stream today. I'd be in a great mood. And indeed I was when I woke up.
He says that, he's laughing, smirking, And all of this stuff, like he hyped this up, and he's like saying, "I wasn't a good mood." That like if this was like we've seen DSP in a bad mood, like when something happens that makes him like stressed out, and he doesn't do this shit. Like when DSP Gaming was gone, or that he lost his ad revenue or his AdSense or whatever the fuck, he was like, you know, guys, I was ready to play Grand Theft Auto, and then this happened. But here he's like, yeah, man, I was in a good mood. Like smiling, smirking. And this is a thing I've noticed. He used to be Mr. Positivity, who only focuses on the positive, gets so hyped to talk about the negative. Like, look at how he handles game news. When it's a positive news story, alright, okay, so, the developers from software have decided to give their employees a raise. That's really cool, man. And then, Microsoft Game Pass, originally people were saying that they were gonna bump up Xbox Live Gold, and they decided not to? That's pretty cool. They brought Jury back to her Street Fighter 4 moveset, and that looks pretty good. I'm excited for Street Fighter 6, dude. Like, he reads it like it's just a list. He has nothing else to say, he just kind of, like, reads it. But when it's a fucking negative story, alright, guys, Bobby Kotick fucking harasses employees and bullied them and did all this stuff. They sold breast milk and they did all this fucking shit, man. And everyone in Activision wants to run him out of the town, man. They want to bring him out of the town and string him on a car, man. They want to do all this stuff that makes Bobby Kotick's awful, man. I'm so excited that, like, Microsoft bought Activision because they're gonna get rid of Bobby Kotick, man. And it's like, this dude is so excited about all this negative drama. But when it comes to, like, something positive, it's just like, oh, okay, man, this happened. Yeah, man, like. But he's a very positive guy, guys.
Until I opened up the internet on my phone, and I saw a video from Review Tech USA. Completely drama, bullshit, nonsense, the usual shit from this guy.
Now, I like how he says it's the usual shit from this guy, but if it's the usual shit, right? Why did he let him back in this chat? Why did he unban him? Why did he engage with him all this time? Oh, it's because he was giving him money and attention. But now that the attention is a little bit critical, oh, we gotta get rid of him. Because, like, you'll go to the Castlevania stream, and DSP loved Rich. He was, like, crushing on the guy. Oh, yeah, Rich is here? Oh, man. You like fucking Castlevania? Cool, man. Whoa, all these super chats. And he praised the guy. He called it a watch-along. Loved it. Loved it. But remember when Tevin was restreaming him, and he would say that Tevin was sending the trolls over to do nasty things? But apparently there was nothing wrong with Rich restreaming him and setting his fans to disrupt his chat. Dude, come on. But man, fuck Rich now, dude. But he loved him. It's the same way he handles, like, Snow Carl and all these other trolls that give him money to get little rants out of him. He keeps them around until he doesn't want to use them anymore. It's literally the meme. This is very poetic because it's about Toy Story, guys. It's that Toy Story meme where Andy's like, I don't want to play with you anymore, and he drops Woody, and that's every single troll tipper. Every troll tipper or whatever that comes into the DSP sphere to bait him into rants, he'll eventually just be like Andy. He'll just play with him, get what he wants out of you, then be like, alright, I don't want to play with you anymore, and then bans you. And that's Rich. He kept Rich around and then decided, I don't want to play with you anymore.
And at this point, I've had enough.
He had enough.
I hate the fact that I even have to bring this up on my own content, because as you guys know, and I will apologize in advance.
He doesn't have to, though. Like, Rich did a video, okay. Like, so many people have made videos about DSP on every channel, and DSP doesn't talk about them. But Rich does a video, he has to talk about it. He has to. Like, he doesn't have to, but okay, man, you be you.
To my regular viewers and audience here, all right? I don't like being involved in drama. I never have, and I never will. I have not been a drama channel ever, right? The few times that people have tried to get me to dabble in drama, I try to recuse myself from it, whatever the word is. I can't even think of the word.
Whatever the word is.
I try to stay out of it. Seems like everyone else on the internet can't keep my name out of their mouths, right? I live rent-free in the heads of so many people on this planet for some odd reason. Because
how can he say this when he literally, like, thinks of all these people? Like, the name of his podcast is the Level 1 Podcast. He didn't get that on his own. That's something he came up with. That's something he got from Keemstar. That's literally why he named himself the Level 1 Podcast. Like, the beginning of this pre-stream, he made a joke like, all the way down, you're level 1. And it's like, yeah, because you just are trying to own the meme. But it's just lame. Everything this dude has going on in his content are all from troll content. He said the Andy Dick's cameo was a detractor meme. The trolls thought it was funny. What idiots. Used as an intro. The Level 1 Podcast is from the from Keemstar. The outro, both the cartoon, like the cartoon film, and the outro film, whatever, are from detractor channels. Like, everything this dude has going on is from drama. And he can't really brag about how other people are, like, have rent-free in their minds when DSP went out of his way that Saturday to give Rich an ultimatum to either apologize or get the fuck out, and all this stuff. And then, and Rich decided to respond. Like, it's funny, right? That DSP will phrase this as, well, I'm only doing this as a response to Rich. But Rich did a response to what DSP did that Saturday, but that's negative. Oh, that's bringing up drama. But he was only responding because you made a big scene about it that Saturday pre-stream.
Let's be honest, if people didn't come to my channel to talk about other content creators, would I ever mention them? Would I have ever brought up...
And also, like, this dude also brings up LTG many times. Like, there's, like, literally streams where he was like, alright guys, let's play some Fall Guys. Okay, actually, if you want me to turn on my webcam, you have to send me $30, okay? So send me $30 and I'll turn on the webcam. Yeah, okay. Alright, oh, is anyone tipping? No one's tipping? Well, this is how it's gonna be, man. Okay. No, not really, I'm not gonna do that. But can you imagine other streamers do that, man? And then there's like a Yakuza stream where he literally made a song. LTG is a sexy man. Pay him $30 he'll turn on his webcam. Like, he fucking did that shit all the time. And sure, you could argue, well, his chat brought it up. But he also tells us every day that he doesn't have to respond to troll tips and troll cheers or whatever the fuck. But he responds to that stuff all the time. But the webcam stuff he has done on his own. He also referenced Bad Bunny numerous times in the past when he was trying to virtue signal about how good he is. Like, he fucking said, like, oh, I don't take you guys for granted like other streamers. You know the other streamers, like, yelled at their audience about how much a Twitch sub is? I would never do that. Meanwhile, this guy will harp and cry about not getting $100 to stream. But one person saying that a Twitch sub is $5, whoa man, that's fucked up. But this dude will cry if he doesn't put on a hat. Okay.
Redemption, LTG, Review Tech USA, Keemstar, any of these other names that have been dramatic references, right? If they had never mentioned me first. And the answer is no.
But he brought up Keemstar on his own, I feel, as well. Like, but whatever, okay.
Out of all the content creators out there, very few times have I ever really brought up people in any kind of a dramatic light. I've admitted publicly over the years someone like PewDiePie.
Now he says this, right? Oh, he's jealous of PewDiePie and all that. But what about the time he talked about Pro Jared? Oh, because he made a mean tweet about DSP, but that was irrelevant to what was going on with him. Like that's like the thing that is ridiculous about this whole thing. Like I really talk about drama. This dude talked about the Pro Jared scandals when he just because Pro Jared made a mean tweet about him, which is kind of ridiculous to try to attach yourself to a thing when the stuff that Pro Jared was being accused of is probably way worse than making a mean tweet about you. And these people like, well, he made a mean tweet about me, so I have the right to say this about him and all that. And then, like, I think it was last year, there was this beef between H3 and Keemstar. DSP talked about that. Then DSP recently, briefly, talked about the Axeman and Quantum beef as well, because Quantum was like going after people who was making fun of his Elden Ring review. Like, DSP has always talked about drama that has nothing to do with him. So this little brag about how he doesn't talk about drama is kind of stupid when he literally has done this within like the past 5 years on his own without anyone bringing it up.
Sure. Why? Because I'm jealous of PewDiePie. You know, I was a content creator before him. He was someone who actually watched my old videos, got the idea.
Now, I like how he says he's jealous of PewDiePie, but the only reason why he's jealous of him is because PewDiePie made money. He made more money than Phil. That's what he's jealous about. He's not jealous of his content or what he made or that other people find him entertaining. It's because he made a lot of money. That has been DSP's like focus forever. He bases everything on money. Like there's literally a Tevin video where Tevin even brings that up, where he's like, yeah, you know, like DSP like congratulate me on because I made a lot of money. Like that's kind of fucking stupid or whatever. Like it was something like that. It was in the birthday video that whatever. It was during like the Goose and Goblin streams and all that. But yeah, like everything this dude bases everything on, and everyone around him is money. Not their work, not the videos that they put out, not what people like about these videos, how much money they can make and the bottom line. And like, yeah, I understand being jealous of other people, but you know, for me, I do get jealous of other artists, but I'm not jealous because they make money or anything like that. I'm jealous that I feel like I feel like my art skill is nowhere near that where I want it to be. Like I look at other people's art, I'm like, man, I really want to draw as good as this person, and it's like I'm trying, and I just don't feel like I'm there yet. And I do appreciate when people tell me like, hey, I like your art has definitely improved, and to a degree, I see that my art has improved over time from when I first saw my art and now, like I have improved, but it will still eat at me. That's like, I want to get better. But with DSP, when he talks about jealousy, it's never something that's like positive to him. He doesn't take the jealousy and make it positive. He just says, oh, this guy makes a lot of money, man. He shits on Ninja because he makes a lot of money. There's nothing this guy does that's not about money. It's all about the money. It's all about the money.
Not just on me, but I'm sure he watched others as well, but got the idea to do the kind of on-the-fly commentary on live gameplay, right? Basically did his own spin on it, having a face cam, screaming at horror games, acting like a fool, and he blew up and became a multi-millionaire doing silly shit on the internet. And time to time, I bring up PewDiePie because I'm jealous of him. All right, and I can.
Now, this is also kind of funny. This happened recently. So Evil AJ has privated the This Is How You Don't Play of MGS2 for months at this point. DSP didn't realize that. Went on Twitter like last night and said that Evil AJ is the pettiest human on earth because he privated his video. Now, I think that's low-key kind of stupid to bring up because one, DSP has begged, pretty much said that YouTube should not have negative content on their platform. So Evil AJ is just doing what you said, man. He's getting rid of the negative content. But secondly, this is way more petty than what Evil AJ did, because Evil AJ made those videos and he uploaded to his channel. He has every right to do whatever the fuck he wants with those videos. He could delete them, he could private them, he could remove them. That's his decision. He can do whatever the fuck he wants. It's his videos. He made those videos, so he decided to make them private because DSP did not get any direct permission. Now, someone might remember, and I'll get ahead of it, Evil AJ did initially give DSP permission to watch This How You Don't Play, but after it was either the Wings of Redemption react or the DSP Down the Rabbit Hole react, it was one of those two. Evil AJ rescinded the permission because he didn't want to be part of DSP. I think there's many reasons, and Evil AJ said this on Twitter as well, so go to him for that. But I think it's also part of that he doesn't want to be part of DSP's vanity project that he's been going on about this year. He's been going back, rewatching old stuff, and just kind of recontextualizing history. And Evil AJ is like, I don't want to be part of this. You know, my videos are not going to help you, clean up your past. Fuck that. You know, whatever. So he privated them, and honestly, if I was DSP and I saw that he privated them, the first thing I would have done was try to get into contact with Evil AJ to ask him, like, hey man, like, I was under the impression that you gave me permission to watch This Is How You Don't Play. Can I get permission to watch it? Because I thought I was, and you privated the videos, is it okay or whatever? And go from there. But no. Instead, DSP runs to Twitter to type in that Evil AJ is the most pettiest human. Meanwhile, this guy has only brought up PewDiePie and shat on him because he's jealous that he made money. I would argue this is way more petty than what Evil AJ did, because Evil AJ just did something that he decided to do to his own videos. Because if you look at the history of DSP bringing up PewDiePie, it's always negative. He demanded that PewDiePie should apologize to everyone for causing the apocalypse, when that's not even the case. Like, yeah, everyone brings PewDiePie up when it's about the apocalypse, but in reality, the reason why the apocalypse happened was just, in general, YouTube was putting ads on, like, fucked up videos. That's why it happened. PewDiePie was just a popular example people went to. And DSP kept harping on it. There is a video when he was playing PUBG where he was really going after PewDiePie to demand an apology from him. But no, that's because he's jealous, man. That's pretty petty. But okay, man, you go.
Admit that as a man and tell you I'm jealous of the guy that he blew up and he has a great life and he's wealthy or whatever. And there's a few others as well over the years who I've brought up. But let's be very honest about this. In the last many years, right? How often do I really bring up other content creators? Almost never. And usually it's only in direct response to either them bringing me up
Not
first,
true.
Or
not true.
People bringing them up on my stream.
Because no one brought up the Keemstar and H3 drama. He talked about it on his own. It was a pre-stream segment. He talked about drama all the time. He talked about the PewDiePie Warner Brothers scandal. He talked about the Toby Turner scandal. Well, that was more of a clickbait kind of thing, to be honest. He talked about the Fine Bros scandal. Like, he had a Rock Band marathon, and he put on his stream the counter of subs that Fine Bros were losing over them trying to patent React or whatever the fuck. And he put that on his stream playing Rock Band. But he doesn't focus on drama, man. Okay.
Streams and asking me questions about them. Now that I'm an interactive content creator, right? I'll answer your questions. If you ask me an honest question, I'll give you an honest answer. But in general...
But he also talked about, like, all this drama with the fighting game community and all this other stuff. This is all, like, ridiculous nonsense.
I just sit here on my own stream, on my own YouTube channel. I'm on my own business. I put out my own content, and that's all I care about. Right?
Right?
So...
Right?
That's what I like doing. Sadly, there are people who want to drag me into their own drama universes.
Drama universes. The drama cinematic universe.
Usually for personal gain.
Now, I like how he brings that up, like, people pull him in. But all Rich has done is he went to his chat, like everyone else, responded, got attention, like everyone else does in his little chat, gets banned, but did a video responding to what he said on his pre-stream. DSP's acting as if he's some kind of victim, but he isn't. DSP literally went on his Saturday pre-stream and like talked down to Rich and talked to him like he's a child, which is what Rich brought up. If you watch his video on Sunday, on that Sunday, he said pretty much that, oh, so Saturday Phil talks to me like I'm his like he's my dad and all this stuff, and goes after. Now the video in question is honestly not that bad. Sure, he said stuff that would piss DSP off, but that's easy. You can say anything that'll piss him off. But Rich mostly focused on like the stuff that annoyed him about his streams and all this stuff, which is like subjective, whatever. It's really a video that DSP doesn't really need to respond to, because there was no call to action or anything in that video as far as I remember. But DSP acts as if, oh, if I don't address it, all these Rich subs that I have are gonna unsub, which isn't gonna happen. All this is because DSP has so little faith in his audience that he thinks that they won't support him because Rich said so, because he doesn't think that anyone will listen to him. And sure, that might be the case for some people, but you shouldn't assume your own supporters would do that,
Okay? Review Tech USA is definitely one of them, all right? And today, sadly, I have to take a giant portion of my episode of the Level 1 podcast to talk about this guy, because over the last several months, he has made it an actual conscious effort to ingrain himself into my content. He comes on my streams, right?
Ingrain.
He contributes to make pop-ups so he can say things on my streams.
But this is everyone. He's literally describing the appeal of live streaming. Oh, he comes to my streams and he talks in my chat. He gets pop-ups. Dude, literally everyone does that. Like, that's the main selling point of your fucking streams, dumbass. And he's like, well, he does this. Everyone does this. Where have you been?
He's talked about me constantly in his own channel, and this is not anything new. And we'll talk about that on today's episode of the Level 1 podcast. However, today is the end-all be-all of it, because today Rich made a video and revealed his true colors to the internet. All right?
I like how Rich doing a video on DSP reveals his true colors. But DSP, you said just like 2 minutes ago that this is typical for him. But now he revealed his true colors. Okay.
I think his intentions at this point, it's indisputable to see where his intentions are at this point. Okay? And at this point, I've had enough. I'm tired of this guy.
He knows his intentions. What's his intentions? Get attention? That's everyone in your chat. That's why people tip and super chat to get attention. That's why when you go to a DSP stream, you look at chat and it's full of people trying to get his attention. Like Derek and the other LARPers in chat. Just sitting there, like, spamming chat. You have, like, Guts and Derek both spam just so DSP could read their posts. But Rich does it all. Fuck him, man. Fuck that guy. Like, that was, like, that's why you had, like, members like Equilibrium, Snow Carl, Elon Jusk, all for all this time, was to get attention. But that's cool. But Rich doing it? Oh, that's fucked up.
Guy trying to involve me in his shit for personal gain.
But Rich, again, Rich only brought him up because he was responding to what DSP said on Saturday. If DSP did not want that video to be made, maybe he shouldn't have been such a bitch about Rich unsubbing. Because all it was literally just Rich canceling his membership. But Loki is well, whatever. You know his mentality about all this. That it's Rich's fault that he did a publicity stunt that led to his viewers going to his chat to tell him that. But that's not Rich's fault. That's not his responsibility. How come I've said this about him and trolls. How come everyone has to, like, control their audience, but he's above that? because he had a mod go to Kiwi Farms and start shit that led to other shit. But when people were like, "Well, DSP, are you gonna take responsibility?" No, man. I can't control what my fans do outside of my streams. But then when Rich does something and people do other stuff, Rich should have known better. He should have stopped doing this, man. Why is he responsible for what his audience does? But you're not. How come you're above that? Okay.
Today I'm laying down the law and saying my final matter, or my final statement on the matter, okay? But let's actually get through the normal stuff of the podcast first before we get to that, so that way it doesn't get lost. You know, all of us here are here to have a good time.
And have a good game.
Great gameplay after this shit ends.
Alright. So, I do have timestamps. Shouts out. 2844. I skipped beyond that lame-ass joke, so you're welcome. About Blackpink. Yeah. Okay. There we go. Let's go. Let's go, boys. This is where it's gonna get crazy.
After that, we're gonna do shout outs for contributions and end the show. I basically saved an hour for this. Okay, I don't know if it's gonna go an hour. I hope not. All right, but excuse me. Excuse me. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been around for 14 years making content on the internet. I've seen highs and lows, ups and downs. I certainly have a storied history on YouTube and on Twitch as both a content creator that's on-demand content and a live streamer. I've been there, done that. All right, and I've seen a lot of contemporaries come and go in my time as a content creator.
Oh wow, people come and go, but like these contemporaries that come and go, they still like make videos. He said like, was it Stuttering Craig? I think it was Stuttering Craig. He said he was done making videos, but he still uploads videos today. And I think recently someone said like he came out as a Republican or whatever the fuck. Like okay, but he still made videos. All these contemporaries that came and went have just are still uploading videos. He just changed their content, but they might as well be dead, I guess, right? Because they changed their content. Oh, maybe he's talking about Machinima. The Machinima came and went. Okay.
Rich, also known as Review Tech USA, interestingly enough, all right, has a lot of similarities to me as a content creator if you look at his history, okay? If you actually look way back when, back in the day, now I don't even know if these videos that he used to put up are still live, but he used to put up videos just like me, of him just vlogging.
Now we're gonna get into this a little bit more and more. It gets a little bit more poetic as it goes on. This segment, this whole segment, I hate it. I hate it, man. Me and the homies, we hate it. Because I know DSP could generally feel what he's saying, but it comes off in the most fakest of fucking packages that you could have. It really sounds like he wrote a book report and he's like kind of like reading a poem to the class or whatever. And it's really lame because all this stuff that he's building up to, it's all fluff and window dressing, and it's not even true because Rich did a responded to this and he said that that DSP got some information wrong because everything DSP says is wrong. I mean, we'll get to it when we get to it. But the whole tone of this, I can't take it that seriously, and I feel a lot of it's embellished and dramatized. This guy complains about other people dramatizing reality and all this stuff in their content, but this is the most dramatized segment about Rich I've ever seen. Because all he's responding to is a video, and all he wants to say is that Rich is a person that, you know, he started making content that was like not drama, then he made drama videos, and then he started bringing me into his drama vortex, dude, and all this other shit. Like, he has really got more, like, concise in the past about why he doesn't like Rich, that Rich defended him in the past, then did a video criticizing him and saying that he's gonna fail or whatever, and he didn't take too kindly to that. But these are just observations that anyone with eyes can make. And we'll get into that a little bit more, but all of this is just comes off fake, and I can't take a lot of it seriously at all. And there's all these little stories he'll tell you that I just feel it's his classic DSP dramatizing stuff to get what he wants.
Normal daily stuff, talking to a camera, sharing his thoughts. At one point, he was sitting outside of a potential job, about to go in for a job interview. Okay? And he's talking about his thoughts about going in for this job interview in the car. And it's like a really meaningful moment in a video where you can have that kind of like, we've all kind of been there.
Now look at this shit. Did he even watch these videos? I doubt it, because I don't even know what these videos are, to be honest. But it's hard to take DSP seriously, because it just feels like all these videos are just Rich being like, "All right, guys, I'm going for a job interview," and they're just talking and shooting the shit. And DSP's acting as if he's like, "Oh my god, guys, I'm going for a job interview. I don't know if I'll get the job, man." And it's like, it's not even that. I just can't take what DSP says seriously. Like, for years he was telling us that Rich takes his shirt off on stream, he sucks cucumbers and kisses chickens, and I just could not take that seriously until I started seeing some of his streams a little bit, and it's like, oh, he does take his shirt off. Okay, that is kind of dumb. But the kissing chickens, I thought he was kissing live chickens. Like, he would just grab a live chicken and kiss it. But no, it's just a model of a chicken he kisses. And then the cucumber meme, it's like, does he like suck on it like sexually, or is it just like something stupid? But he makes it such a like a big moment that he does that stuff when it's really nothing, because we live in a society that it's okay for men to be topless, because you go to the beach. I mean, you are they wearing bikini tops? No, they're topless because we have determined male breasts are not sexual. We have determined that as a society. So it's really stupid, you know what I mean?
You know what I mean? We've all been walking into a job interview and
So
we
it's-
felt nervous. And when you watch content like that from Rich, you kind of get that kind of feeling. Wow, you can actually like
Doesn't
put
know what
yourself
empathy
in his
is.
shoes and have empathetic moment, a moment where basically you kind of feel the same as the guy who put out the video. You know,
Doesn't know what
saying?
empathy is. Pretty cool, huh?
He started out like that, humble beginnings, much like me. He had no aspirations to be a ginormous YouTuber.
How does he know? How does he know that Rich had no aspirations to become a YouTuber? I mean, technically, if you upload videos on YouTube, aren't you just by definition a YouTuber? You upload videos on YouTube. Like, how does he know what his aspirations are and aren't? How does he know this? And then he'll tell us later, oh, I don't know Rich personally, but he knows his aspirations. He knows what he aspires to be and what he doesn't aspire to be. Okay. That's really cool. Guys, I don't know DSP personally, but I think he's greedy and dumb. But I don't know him personally.
Super popular content creator or anything like that. He kind of stumbled into it over the years. In fact,
I hate this like stumbling meme. But whatever.
Many years ago, all right, many years ago, there were people who would kind of talk to and criticize both of us as content creators in our formative years as YouTubers. I actually forget the name of the fucking guy, because there used to be a guy who was a real dick to me for no real reason. I didn't even know who he was, but he would always like talk shit about me.
He's talking about El Presidente, I
He was a
believe.
YouTuber too, and he basically said to Rich, when Rich was just becoming a YouTuber, all right, and just starting to do it for a job, a living. Oh, you can't put all your eggs in one basket. You can't use YouTube as a job. You can't trust that or whatever. You know, this is ridiculous.
Yeah, and look at it now. DSP tells us the most stable income is tips and crowdfunding. He has a Patreon. So is YouTube stable? I mean, look at it now. Like, in a way, he's right. And in a way, like you can find success in YouTube and all this stuff, sure. But at the end of the day, it's not, like, the argument kind of goes between, like, you know, job security. Like, yeah, there's no job that's super duper secure. Like, I mean, people get laid off, people might lose their job and all this stuff. It happens, that's life. But you can't say that there's job security in anything. And DSP made that argument, yet he says that YouTube's been the most stable job, but it's not. especially for DSP, because he has been going on streaks of saying, guys, I have bills coming up, guys, impending day off, I need money for my day off, I need money for day off. For someone who has a secure job, would you expect that person to say that kind of stuff? Like, I need money, man. The bills are coming. The bills are stacking up, man. I need to pay the bills. But YouTube is very stable, guys.
You should always have a job outside of YouTube because YouTube will never amount to anything. And I actually remember Rich.
And to a degree, like, and also if you look at YouTubers now, they've expanded their content more. They have merch stores now. They sell merch. They do all kinds of stuff. And DSP is like, why would they do that, man? This is stable. But it's like, it's not. Like a lot of people have adapted their content and have been successful at adapting to what they needed, and they've expanded. Like, the thing that's crazy to me, and it's something that, like, it really comes home or is proven time and time again. A lot of people who do gaming streams, and all this stuff, that's always a side thing to them. They either have an existing job or they do something else that is more lucrative or creative that pays the bills, and gaming is a side thing. I mean, I know this is a tired example, but you come to expect it. But Mega64, they've been known to make skits and videos. They do all these, like, in 5 minutes videos. They do all this kind of stuff that's expanding and different. It's all like these videos that they put money in. And that is a job, because that is like a video they're creating and scripting, and they're paying actors for if they need actors, all that kind of stuff. It's stuff that they're building and they're working towards. And then on, like, once a week they have a gameplay stream called the Poorly Played stream, where one of the people of Mega 64 just plays games. And that's a side thing. That's not their main focus. Their main focus is just making videos and making skits and videos and movies and commercials and all this stuff, because that's what they do. But you see these other streamers that just focus on gameplay. They either do a lot of sponsorships, they have merch, or they have other stuff going on with them that can support it. Now you look at DSP. What does he do that carries him? He's not doing anything but gaming. And that's not really lucrative when he has to tell his audience that he needs money to pay the bills.
I remember Rich saying in a video, okay, well, I don't know about this guy saying that, but to me, YouTube is the only real consistency I've had in employment in my life. Like, all other jobs that I've had didn't mean a thing, kind of, inconsistent. YouTube's the one thing that I've been doing for a couple of years, and it seems to be working out for me. So it seems like the opposite of what this guy is saying. He's saying, don't trust YouTube. It'll never be a consistent form of employment. It could go away at any moment. But for me, it's been the opposite experience, right? And you know what? I completely agree with that. If you take a look at my history as a content creator, even though there's been ups and downs, lefts and rights, highs and lows, as they say. I used to call it the wave of popularity, where sometimes you're at a high, high, and sometimes you're at a low, low, and you ride those waves up and down to survive, right? Being a content creator on the internet has absolutely been the most consistent and dependable thing I've ever done. I've now done it in general for 14 years as a hobby, and for 11 years, actually at this point, almost 12 years as a job, okay? That's the longest I've ever held a job. So it's weird.
That's the longest I held a job, yeah, because all you're doing is just recording and uploading. Like, it's
When you look at those parallels between me and Rich as content creators on YouTube, there's actually a lot of similarities there, okay? But you guys know me, and you know the kind of content creator I am, right? I keep to myself. I very rarely reach outside of the realm of my own stream.
That's really not true. If you really look at his YouTube career, he really has not done that, because he tried to get on Drama Alert when he fapped. So there's other bit of lore that I don't even know what it came from or what. The only thing I understand is that it was for some other guy's YouTube video. There's this image you'll see of Phil that's like, he's in a suit and it's like, he looks really nice because he was there for a video. I don't remember what it is. It was for someone else's video project or whatever. He had like a little cameo. He was part of that. He also tried to get into this thing with, I think the YouTuber's like Aggie Plays or whatever, and I think he chickened out last minute, and I think Aggie then went to Tevin to get him on, if I remember correctly. I think it was something like that, because I think that happened around in 2015, I want to say. So that happened. He was trying to get into a Street Fighter thing with LTG, trying to do that in the 30th anniversary collection. He then tried to play Battlefield with Wings. That fell through. He tried to get on the Drunken Peasants podcast, and that fell through. He was on an interview of The Quartering, and that worked. And over time, he's been always kind of teasing the idea of going on other people's podcasts if they're talking about stuff that he wants to talk about. But he stays in his lane, dude. And the thing is that like this is a dumb thing to brag, because so do you want to be part of other people's videos or not? Because if you don't and you're proud of that, then why are you open to being on other people's stuff? But then why do you also say, well, if I do that, then the trolls will be mad? Maybe you don't brag about not being in other people's content. Like, and that's not really like a smart idea. Like a lot of times, like when like I was on That Being Said podcast like 2 times, and I had fun in that podcast. Like it was a great time, and it's really just because I wanted. It's nice to do something with other people to talk about other stuff. I started to expand doing game club and all this stuff. Like I'm open to being on other people's content and other people's videos from time to time. It really depends on the timing and my schedule and all that kind of stuff, and if I really am up to it, and I just be honest about that. But I wouldn't sit here and brag about, oh, I say to myself, man. It's a weird thing to brag about. That's the bottom line of all this.
Right? I don't do collaborations with other YouTubers, right? There's no crossovers. There's no podcast that I regularly appear on as a guest.
But why doesn't he get any guests on his podcast? He has a podcast and he doesn't get any guests? He's not interested in pulling someone into his podcast? No interest. Like, Rich has tried to get DSP to go to his podcast and he's kept saying no. Why doesn't DSP just invite Rich to his podcast? Why can't he do that? Why does Rich have to get him on his show? And every time he talks about it, it really sounds like he doesn't want to be part of Rich's podcast because Rich would make money off it. And if that's the case, then get Rich on your podcast. Like, it's really weird. It's like he doesn't want anyone to have him on their show and make money off it unless he's making money with it on at some level. It's really weird.
So none of that, right? It's just.
And then also, I almost forgot. He did do collaborations with other YouTubers. The Air Raid Lord. He has done so many Call of Duty videos with the guy. He even has like one of his old Hate Live videos has a segment where he's talking with Air Raid Lord and P-Dog, which is actually a really awkward video. I kind of want to watch that again at some point.
Day on a stream, talking with you guys, chilling, relaxing, having a good time with my audience. The personal interactions we have mean the world to me. That's all I ever aspire to have. I'm not looking to ever get bigger. I just want to be happy doing what I love and be able to make a living doing it and not have to worry about all this kind of shit like finances and the like that sadly has been a huge thing in my life, especially in the last 5 years. Okay.
I don't have to talk about finances except for when I do. Pretty cool, huh?
Okay. And the weird thing about all of that, all right, is that in my journey, 14 years as a content creator, and as I've mentioned on this podcast already, there's absolutely been times when I've taken shots at other content creators like PewDiePie and the like because I'm jealous. I will openly admit that, okay? But also over the years, there's been times when other content creators either come up as a topic of discussion on my streams, nothing to do with me. Half the time, I don't even know who the people are that are being referenced until they become a meme in my chat, and then I'm kind of forced to understand who they are. I mean, that's what happened with Wings of Redemption.
This fucking dude, man. I'm forced to understand. I'm forced, man. But he tells us every day he doesn't have to read that shit. If you don't know the fucking memes or anything, then move on. Like, there's always gonna be people that are gonna go in your chat and they're gonna say, like, dumb shit about some random guy I never heard of. Like, am I just gonna like read there and be like, what does that mean? I have to look that up. Like, whatever.
Heard of the guy, so you guys started regularly referencing him in my content. Like, I don't know what you're even talking about, but I guess now I need to know because it's a thing all my viewers talk about. But in the case of Review Tech USA, all right, this is a guy who, even though I never really had any contact with the guy or any interaction, over the years, always seems to bring me up in his content. Okay?
I low-key feel, because he's gonna bring up the point that like he never talked about Rich until 2016 when he fapped, but I'm pretty sure DSP has talked about Rich in the past. I feel like he has. But whatever.
Most of the time in a negative light, although there have definitely been exceptions to that. Okay? There have been times when he actually does bring me up in a positive light and or seems to stick up for me dependent on a situation. All right? And I'll give you some examples. You know, there was one point when I was getting false strikes against DSP Gaming, all right? And I'm not exactly sure what the situation was at this point because this was years and years ago, all right? Years and years ago, all right? And basically, I came out publicly and I said, listen, my livelihood's at stake because I'm getting these false strikes from Sega. I don't feel they're legit. I think Sega is overreaching here. If Sega has an issue with me, Sega should take me to court and sue me. In fact, I dare Sega to take me to court for gameplay videos of their game because I feel this needs to be hashed out in court. It needs to be determined in court that fair use is fair use and people can do Let's Plays or playthroughs. Do it. I dare you. Sue me. Go for it. Let's actually have this go to court and be established that it's legal or not so we don't have this gray area forever and everyone gets hit with false strikes. Okay? Now, I don't remember when exactly this was. This was probably years and years and years ago. I don't remember the specifics. But I specifically remember Review Tech USA covering the story on his channel and saying positive things about me. Wow, Phil has balls for doing this and good for him for sticking to his guns. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, well, this is back at the time when like people were like easily amused by people who bluffed. This dude has said so much dumb shit in the past. Like, did anyone really believe DSP was gonna go to court if Sega sued him? Like, this dude is full of like fucking like false bravado. This guy always makes a stand. It's all theatrics. That's why we got this kind of this. That's where this came from. If it plays.
Oh, no, you didn't, you motherfucking piece of shit cocksucker. Mark my fucking words. I'm coming for you.
You think that he was serious when he said that? Like, he says, I'm gonna find out who you are, and I'm gonna talk to Twitch about this. Whatever. It was just an act. So DSP saying, I want them to sue me, I dare them to. It's just him, like, just being a little child. Trying to make himself look big. It's the fucking, is there a term? Is it like peacocking, or is it like, it's like a puffer fish. Just make yourself look bigger to your enemy. That's all it is. Scare them into submission.
He's getting stricken down now. It's interesting when he covers things like that in a positive light, okay? But, man, more often than not, this guy will cover you in a negative light whenever it's a slow day for him in order to have something to talk about in his content.
But that doesn't make any sense. He talks about all this kind of stuff on his channel. Whatever.
All right? And the reason that I feel that this is kind of sad, all right, is here's why.
It's sad, guys.
As you guys know, all right, as a content creator, I've pretty much done the same thing for 14 years. I cover video games. I play them from start to finish. I do live commentary on them, and I share that with you. Now, definitely that's changed over the years. I went from being on demand to live streaming. I went from ignoring my streaming audience to having full interaction.
No, he's bragging about this change. Oh, I changed, man. But he didn't change because he wanted to. He changed because he wasn't making money. That's why he changed. That's not really a thing to brag about. Because that shows how little you really care about your audience if the only reason why you changed and did that was because you wanted to make money. Like, come on.
With my streaming audience, right? These days, I'm diversifying my content. I'm doing some React content. I'm doing more marathon style content. We got new series branching out from old series like Feasting with the King as opposed to just DSP Tries It, right? I've been telling you guys I do want to eventually branch out and do more variety of content in the long term because I know I'm 40 years old and I can't just game constantly.
Yeah, man.
All right? But in general, outside of the times changing in the last 14 years and my commentary style becoming a lot more tame, being more meaningful and interactive with you guys, now it's more about us having a fun and meaningful conversation and reacting to what we see in a game rather than me trying to fill every moment of dead air in a video game playthrough with a joke or a rude, lewd comment.
Rude,
I'm
lewd.
not like how I used to be, and I'm happy about that. I feel that in the...
He brags about, like, oh, I don't have to fill every dead air. You have more dead air now. He found a way to pretty much paywall commentary. But he's saying they just do rude, lewd commentary. But it is lewd when you talk about things going up your ass, though. He doesn't think that might not be sexual. And he also talks about dicks all the time. But the thing that he talks about the most, though, is poop. And people have begged him to stop making poop jokes. And he doesn't. He double downs on poop. And the other risk ain't here anymore. Like the week before this, he did a slave trade joke. With what's that? Not the Corey. When Dusk Falls or whatever the fuck. And he makes a slave trade joke. And this dude is like, well, I understanding now. And all this stuff. If that's the case, right? Wouldn't you understand why some people might not have found that joke positive and fun? Like, this dude says the joke, gets called out for it, then goes out of his way to say, like, he double downs on the joke. And I'm just like, dude, if you really care about, like, oh, I'm not, like, old Phil, then you should at least understand why people didn't find that joke funny. And it's not even, like, it would have made more, the joke might have worked better if you made a sweatshop joke, because that's still going on today, and that happens, but it's not the same. Like, slave trade is just, it's just like a really offensive joke that I don't think a lot of people would find funny, and he made that joke, and then double downs on it, doesn't even understand why people might be offended by it, but he's not like old Phil guys. But he goes on and on about poop and dirty diapers and all this stuff, and it's like, this, I mean, it's to the point where I have joked that this dude has a diaper fetish. Like a poop and diaper fetish. Because, like, it really got to me when he was playing Ultra Street Fighter 2, and every time he picked E Honda, it would always be dirty diaper Honda. Every time. And he would keep going on and on about it. I was like, dude, do you have a fucking problem? Is there a fetish that you have that you don't want us to know about? Like, come on, man.
14 years
I mean, hey, look, guys. If he's into poop and all that shit, more power to him. But keep that in the bedroom. I mean, I don't want to know about your fucking poop fetish. I mean, that's stuff don't brag about your fetishes, dude. Come on.
I've actively tried to improve myself for the better. And if you actually want to see evidence that that's happened, all you need to do is look at my trolls. All right? Back in the day.
This is stupid.
My trolls used to be hyper-focused on how I was very successful, but my content sucked.
This is the most narcissistic point he has.
Content. All he does is insult game developers, say sexualized humor, racial humor, things that shouldn't be acceptable. How dare he be popular for doing that? It's lowbrow comedy. He really shouldn't be popular, okay? So over the years, I change my content to be more interactive, more modern, taking out all of that crap. And now the criticism is, well, we can't criticize the content anymore.
What the fuck is he talking about? I literally have a video that has yet to age, where his content now is even worse. His content got worse. And people have like brought this up and he always dismissed it. He always has an excuse for why it's content the way it is. Oh, I can't play fight game, my PC can't handle it, which is like really, really funny to me. Because he played on his PC before, and he doesn't need the highest settings to play fucking Fightcade. And he acts as if like he needs 1080p 60 frames for Fightcade. You don't. But he can't, so he can't do that. He doesn't support emulation. But every time someone brings up like issues with his content, he moves the goalpost. Like DSP has moved the goalpost many times about his own content. Like people say like, well, I don't like your content now. Well, you made it this way, man. Like I'm doing what you said, man. It's like you could tell someone multiverses, right? Really use that. It's an easy example and it's fresh in my mind. People have been saying that his fighting game content is stale and boring because no one wants to see bum ass fucking Street Fighter 2 every night or anything like that. And it's hard to get matches in Darkstalkers. It's hard to get, and even with the fighting game collection, he only picks like Pocket Fighter and Darkstalkers and Street Fighter 2. He doesn't try the other games because he can't win, and he has to be a tryhard for those games. So people have been begging for him to play other fighters like Guilty Gear, Blaze Blue, all these other fighters under the sun. What game does he fucking pick? Multiverses, a game no one asked for. And he's like, well, I picked this game. You guys wanted modern fighters. I picked multiverses. Why are you happy? And it's like, that's such a bullshit thing to like really put your flag in. Like if you want to play multiverses, that's fine. But to weigh down the criticism of him not picking newer fighters and base it on how successful multiverses is, it's really bullshit and kind of a sneaky way to prove your point, to make a point about, oh, you guys won't support new fighters like a multiverses, but that's not the game that people wanted. And then he's like saying like, well then you'd see me fail and lose. Like every time he talks about playing a fighter, he does this dumbass hand motion. Yeah, if I picked up Guilty Gear, this would be me. And it's like, what the fuck does this even mean? But no one cares if you win or lose. It's like people just want to see you do something else. And the thing is, they act as if you can't learn a fighter by playing it once a week. I'm sorry, you could learn a fighter, but it always goes the same fucking way. He played Virtual Fighter 5 for the longest time. Then he stopped it not because the support wasn't there, was because he started getting bodied, and he blamed the netcode. But then he also describes these night streams as, well, you guys don't care, we just chill and relax. But yet we're supposed to care that he wins or loses a fighting game? And it's so narcissistic. Everything that he does, like his content has gotten worse. And for him to fucking say that we can't criticize the content now is insane. It's insane. Because it's insinuating that you think your content is perfect. And this guy will go out of his way to say, there's no such thing as a perfect game. You can't give a game a 10 out of 10, man. But then he goes out of his way to also say that he's an infallible human. His content's not perfect. But if your content's not perfect, then how can you say trolls don't focus on your content? There's so many people that have criticized your content over the years. And he has done nothing to remedy it because he doesn't see a problem with it. Because every issue, like if I say like, well, I don't think your troll streams are great. Well, that's your opinion, man. And he hand waves it. So it's not that the trolls don't have any criticism, it's you dismiss the criticism. Because I don't think the chill streams are that fun and great, and the way that his schedule is laid out is stale and boring. It feels like a fucking high school lunch menu. Oh, it's Monday, it's this and that. Oh, it's this and that. And then he has like all these viewer polls. Now it's fine to poll your audience, but the polls are kind of dumb when it's polling people that are not even there on the stream. You should really be doing these polls in his stream chat and go from there. But he doesn't, and then he picks these games that are dull. Like, people are begging for Xenoblade 3. And he says, well, no, it's a long game, man. But he goes on and on how he wants a chill stream. Oh, Skyrim worked so well because it's a chill stream. But Xenoblade 3, it would be as long as Skyrim, but he can't do that because it wouldn't work. Why? He always says RPGs are the perfect chill stream, but not JRPGs? Why? Oh, because it's not made by Bethesda. If Xenoblade Chronicles 3 was made by Bethesda and it looked ugly as shit, then he'd play it. But since it wasn't, oh no. And I get also has to like it too. That's the also added addendum to that. Like, it's so lame. And then to say like, oh, the trolls have nothing to say about my content. I have a lot to say. I talked about this fucking content for like 5 fucking minutes. And he's like, there's nothing to say about it. Okay. I just had lunch and now like all food's flying, dude. Yeah.
Because Phil doesn't do any of those things that we used to be critical of. So now we have to find other things to criticize him for that have absolutely nothing to do with the content he puts out. So you see the difference here? Over the years of 14 years that I've been a content creator, it went, the content Phil makes is shit. He needs to improve as a content creator and a person. So that happened, but the trolls need something.
And he thinks he improved. Like, this is childish logic. Just because you changed doesn't mean you're perfect. I could change. Does that mean my content's gonna suddenly be great and everyone's gonna love it? I could do a stream tomorrow to dye my hair and play Fortnite. Does that mean my content's gonna magically improve? I added Chie into the video. Is my content any better? Did I change as a content creator? Am I better now? Guys, you can't say my content sucks. I have Chie spinning. This is a really stupid point to make. Like, you could change and think that this is like better content. Sure, he could subjectively think that, but he's playing it as if it's an objective fact that he changed and there's nothing you can say, when that's not even true. And then when he does bring up that he's open to criticism, it's always in regards to, well, what games what games do you want me to play? I am very open to criticism, so tell me what games you want me to play. Which makes no sense. Suggesting a game isn't criticizing the content. This is really stupid. This dude bases everything around money and games.
To do, so now they have to focus in on shit outside of the content. The personal life, the things behind the scenes, things that have nothing to fuck to do with the content that I put out on a daily basis. And that's what they focus on. Okay?
This is a massive cope.
So, that, if anything, that's a testament to the fact that I've
Not
changed
really.
for the better
Testament is
over
a
the
character in
years,
Guilty
all
Gear. I
right?
don't know what that means. What does a testament mean? Is he talking about Guilty Gear? I mean, Testament is a fancy character. I like the scythe and all, but I don't know. I don't think that's what Testament is. I don't think Testament's a change. I think he's just a character in a fighting game. You need to explain that to me.
Which is a sad story. All right, at least in my opinion.
Oh,
what
man.
I should tell you here
You
is that
really,
everything I'm about to
you
say.
really could tell he's getting more hyped to say what he's gonna say. He got really excited discussing Rich. You could
It's
tell.
my opinion.
It's my
Okay,
my
it's not
opinion.
fact, it's my subjective opinion. I must preface.
Remember, guys, you keep your opinion in your tits. This is where your opinions are stored. Now, I love that this guy bellyaches and cries about how reviewers can't say that their review of a game is an opinion. You can't hide behind that. That's a bitch move. As if like games are some sacred thing that you have to be factual about. But when it comes to talking about people and other people, it's all opinions. I mean, sure, everything's an opinion. Like my opinion on Phil is this, whatever. But it's silly to me that he's like, it's my opinion, guys. But this guy yells about game reviews for being opinion pieces. But okay.
Saying that, this is not me saying this is objectively the end all be all. If you like reviews,
He literally just said like 20 minutes ago that this is the end all be all. But now he's saying this isn't the end all be all. Okay.
and you like the content he puts out, good for you.
Good for you.
Enjoy it. I'm not here to tell you not to watch the guy. I'm not here to take $1 out of this guy's pocket or review off of any of his videos or streams. Let him be successful. I don't care. All right? However,
I don't care, but let me talk about Rich. Rich. DSP is literally that guy. He's the meme. I don't care about this guy, but let me talk about the guy.
Rich has made a concerted effort to pull me into his world many times over the years, which I'm about to talk about. And recently, he's actually made a concerted effort to try to pull himself into my own streams and content, which I don't appreciate.
Now, I like how this is going on with Rich, but this is a lesson DSP never learned. He has had this issue happen time and time again. Tut comes in. He has all these daily segments praising Tut, loving Tut. Oh, Tut, thank you so much for the tips, for the cheers, man, and the subs, man. Thank you, Tut. Guys, thank Tut for this. Like, he played Street Fighter V just for Tut. Like, all this stuff. And then Tut becomes a troll. Oh, this guy tried to make his content about me, man. About him, man. Wow, what a loser. And then Emerald 7 comes in. The streams become about Emerald 7. Now, that didn't really go anywhere because Emerald 7 literally just gave him like thousands of dollars and left. And that money literally went to nothing. And then it happened with OIC. And now it's happening with email. Like, the second email ever becomes a troll, DSP will stop everything to fucking shit on him. Once email does something heinous, email can break the rules right now and DSP will be cool with it. Like, you'll give these whales all these opportunities. Like, they get a different set of rules. But if email ever crosses the line and stops giving DSP money, period, that's when DSP will cut the cord. Like, that's why he hasn't really banned OIC yet, because either OIC is still giving him money, which everyone thinks he is, which is very likely, or he's holding out hope that he's gonna start wailing out again, because it's a habit. It's a habit of DSP. He lets these people, he keeps these people around to get money from. It happened with Fenolith, Heaving Earth, all these people. And he never learned the lesson. So then it happens again with Rich, and then it gets to this point. Like, really, sadly, DSP does not have any room to talk about this. Because he created the monster. He has given Rich all of this attention. But it's Rich's fault? And what did Rich really do? Rich just showed up on his streams, chatted in his streams. Sure, he made a lot of dumbass shit posts, and honestly, what did Rich really add to his streams? He just kept making jokes about, like, buying his gamer sweat or whatever. But that's it. Just lame-ass shit posts. It's really no worse than fucking Derek. Like, Rich and Derek are pretty much the same person. Rich is just the more successful, less creepy Derek. Pretty much. But, oh, fuck Rich, man.
Because then he always tries to spin it into a way that he gets over and gets something positive out of it, while I end up being basically the victim of the situation, and I'm the one that has to put up with the negative.
But what's the victim? Like, look at where this started. Rich did a stream. He canceled his membership. That's really where it should have ended. DSP didn't even need to respond or acknowledge that. He could just be like, oh, he canceled his membership? Okay. Oh, he thought that I play mobile games? Okay. Like, why does he care what Rich thinks so much? He tells us he doesn't care what he thinks and all this stuff, but he suddenly cared that Rich just suspects he plays mobile games. But when he addressed the mobile game stuff on his pre-stream, he just openly said, I don't care if you believe it. Hey, if you believe that, that's on you. I don't do the things that they're saying I do. And then we're just like, well, whatever. You know, he allegedly plays mobile games, whatever. Like, the only reason why Rich made that video was because of the pre-stream he did on Saturday. Like, that's why he did it. If DSP just let it go that Rich canceled his membership, and sure, he might have done it live. Who cares? The people who are fans of Rich that became members in DSP's chat, you think they're gonna unsub? And they're gonna leave? I mean, how does he know that's gonna happen? A lot of the people that came from Rich have stuck around. And they like both of them still. That's why this whole thing is dumb, and he doesn't even need to even address it. and he acts as if he's the victim. You did it to yourself, man. You made a pre-stream on that Saturday addressing Rich, giving him these ultimatums and talking down to him. You think Rich is just not gonna make a video about it? Like, Rich is an adult. Like, this is what happens. This is why, like, all these content creators that have tried to shit on Phil and like DSP shits on these people, DSP is really lucky that those people don't respond. Like, if Ninja and PewDiePie and all these people really gave a shit about what DSP said about them, they really would have made videos about him way more. But they don't care. But Rich cares? Oh, fuck that guy. You can really tell DSP really is used to the treatment of him able to say whatever he wants and not getting any blowback from it. Because he hates it when it happens. It's ridiculous.
Today that ends. Okay? Like I said earlier, there's one thing, you heard me annoyed. There's times when you've heard me slam a controller. I'm pissed. Alright? So Rich.
Now this is why, this to me was a dead giveaway that this is all dramatized. Because we've seen him pissed. He's like, well now I'm pissed. It's the same shit earlier in this very pre-stream where he's like, I was in a good mood until I saw Twitter. He says he's pissed, but really go back to that pre-stream where he's like, okay guys, I'm gonna go on our break, man. He goes on a break, he comes back, and he's like, guys, I just got an email from Twitch, and oh my god, wait till you hear, okay? Alright, so I'm gonna read you this email, and guys, I'm furious right now. They removed me from the partner program because of hateful slurs. What the fuck? And then he goes on and says, and then he says like, I never said hateful slur ever, and that pisses me off. But now he's saying that he's pissed now. I don't think he is. Because he's jumping, bouncing around, excited to talk about this. And he says it's a sad story, but he's pissed. I'm sorry, DSP, we've seen you pissed. This ain't it, King. This is just you playing theatrics again.
You did this to yourself. I warned you.
This is literally that child that like gets annoyed at you and is like, now I'm pissed, man. Now you really see me. You gotta see me so bad. Oh my god, you did this to yourself, man. Wait until you see me at my limit, man. And then like he just kind of wails, like rees at you for an hour, and you're just like, okay, bro.
To be nice to you, I tried to be reasonable with you. You didn't want to be a reasonable person. You just wanted to
it's kind of funny. It's kind of funny. So there's all this stuff about Kat and in the past and all that, and it's funny to me ever since she moved in. Every time DSP addresses drama or anything, it's always at such a childish level. And I kind of feel like that's something he might have picked up from Kat. Because I feel like, you know, as DSP is describing stuff that goes on with him in his day to Kat just gives him like the childish responses about it. And DSP's like, yeah, man. Because but at the same time, he has always had that same kind of childish attitude as well. So it's kind of, you know, maybe Kat amplified it. That's what it is. She's like an amplifier. She amplifies the tism, dude.
Garbage content on my behalf. So as of now, you didn't want to be a reasonable person. You just wanted to get clickbait views on your garbage content on my behalf.
Now, it's kind of funny that he says that phrasing is incorrect. It means at his expense. On his behalf, insinuates that he's doing it for DSP. He's doing these videos for him. Or whatever. He's speaking for DSP. But he means, like, at his expense. DSP, it really would help if you learn the English language. That might be a good place to start.
So as of now, I'm laying down the law. And this segment I'm about to do on this podcast, all right, will be the end-all be-all of what I have to say about you. After today, I never even want to hear about you ever again. You don't exist to me, okay?
This is really childish. And he talked about Rich recently too. He's like, you don't exist to me. Okay. Okay.
So, ahem. Review Tech USA used to be a guy who reviewed tech in the USA. That's his name. That's the premise of his channel.
Guess what? Wrong. Rich did a stream reacting to this, and I did not watch it. I watched a little bit of it, and I couldn't take it. It was just soundboard after soundboard after soundboard, and it was just like, this is rough. So I might have to watch. I'm watching Tevin's reaction to it, and Rich said got to this segment and said, "That's not true. I named myself Review Tech USA because it was a catchy name. Straight up, that's why he named himself that." And he also said that he has done drama content in the past as well. But now DSP's saying that, oh, he named himself this. And that's what I said earlier. He only based his knowledge on Rich and his channel just off the name of his channel. And that's why I mean, like, when DSP goes on and on about Rich's content, he never watched his content. And he's like, well, he did this, he did that. It's like, this is all stuff he got secondhand. Like, the stuff about cucumbers and chickens, he got that from someone in his chat telling him that's what he does. He didn't watch Rich's content to have that opinion. And then he says, like, oh, he was a tech reviewer. That's what he's all about. How do you know that? How do you know that's all he was about? How does he know that's what he aspired to be? A tech reviewer. How do you know that? Because he named himself that? And he had a job that was in the tech industry? Like, that's very surface level assumptions to make of someone. Like, you look at DSP's channel, his YouTube channel is called DSP Gaming. Okay, why is there Feasting with the King and React channels and closet streams on his fucking channel? I thought this was a gaming channel.
That's what he was supposed to be. That's what he wanted.
How does he know that's what he's supposed to be? And that it insinuates that everyone's put him in a box and he's supposed to be in that box. Like we told him, okay, Rich, you're a tech reviewer. Do that. Okay? That's all you're doing. Like, how does he know that's what Rich is supposed to be? Are you his dad? Son, you're supposed to be a tech reviewer. That's your destiny. How does he know that's what he's supposed to be and all that, and what he aspired to be? These are all assumptions.
To be. That's what he aspired to be, a tech reviewer. That's what his hobby was. That's what he loved. He used to have jobs that had to do with technology. In fact, if I remember correctly, the video I referenced where he's sitting outside of a job waiting to get interviewed was a tech job. Like, I don't know if it was selling PC components.
But if his channel is all about tech reviews, why was there a video about him going to an interview?
Whatever it may be, right? That's what it was. That's his thing.
That's his thing, man.
Okay? He failed. He's a failure.
You can really feel the passion saying that he's a failure. He failed. He's a failure. And I'm just like, DSP, how is he a failure? What constitutes a failure? He says he's a failure because he had to change his content. But DSP has always said he had to change his content. He had to stop. Like, he got mad at someone for saying that KO Gaming was failed. He's like, no, it didn't. It didn't fail. Because like KO Gaming was successful. YouTube made it fail. YouTube took the money away from it. But then he'll say right after this that you can't blame Rich for failing because of YouTube. Then how come KO Gaming can't be considered a failure then, dumbass? Like, this is the dumb nonsense. And how is he a failure? He's not going on stream saying, hi guys, I have bills coming. I have utility bills coming. Like, isn't that more of what failures do? Like, it's really like DSP has become a homeless man in a home. Meanwhile, Rich does a stream and he's not sitting there stressing out his audience uh about bills that are coming up. But Rich is the failure. Okay.
As what he wanted to do on the internet. You can't dispute this. You just can't. You look at his history doing that, and sadly what ended up as what he wanted to do on the internet. You can't dispute this.
Yeah, you can. Rich disputed it. Rich debunked it. He said he has always done drama content in the past. He has always done this content over the years.
You just can't. You look at his history.
And I guarantee you, if you correct DSP about this, he will still try to spin it to make himself right. Guarantee it. Well, back then, yeah, the drama content wasn't really like drama like he's doing now. What the guy he's doing now is way worse than what he's doing back then, okay? So he is a failure, okay? Shut up! Because that's DSP, he can't be wrong, he can't be wrong.
That. And sadly what ended up happening was YouTube.
Which is really, you know what, no, thinking of that, it's kind of shitty, right? Because Rich would be the one to correct him, and then DSP would say, no you're not. And as if he knows better. But DSP doesn't watch Rich. So how does DSP know more about Rich's channel than Rich? Like, DSP gets mad when trolls try to think that they know better about his channel than he does. But he knows more about Rich's channel than Rich. This is very fair. So apparently, like, DSP can act like a troll all he wants, but trolls can't do what he's doing right now, right? Okay.
A lot over the years, let's be honest. Can you blame Rich for being a failure of a reviewer of tech? I don't think you can, because YouTube changed so negatively over the years. It changed his site.
No, look at this, right? He says he's a failure of tech, but when he describes how he failed, he failed because of the YouTube algorithm. So so what does DSP mean that he failed as a tech reviewer? What does he do as a tech reviewer that made him fail? Now, I believe he's like, when I first met, I didn't meet him, but the first time I came across Rich's channel was around this, like, some kind of controversy about him. Like, it was like in the same breath that they brought up Rich as like SJW, Anita. Like, this is around the peak of the tropes versus women in video games series that she was doing. It was in that peak era that people were kind of dunking on Rich, and I don't remember why. It was some game that he was reviewing that people were like, well, look at this as reviews. They're fucked up or whatever. But it really wasn't about his tech reviews. At least from what I remember. But at this point, I would just want DSP to explain to me how he failed as a tech reviewer. That's not a meme. Because he's probably going to regurgitate other people's opinions on Rich's content, but not his own. Because DSP's a fucking idiot. But okay.
You had to have the clickbait title, the thumbnail with the stupid face reacting.
DSP, your channel literally has all that. Look at the closet streams. It's all him doing that. He does a react stream. Like, I guarantee when he was supposed to do the MGS, This I Don't Play video, it was gonna have him like, with the bandana around his head. I guarantee that was the thumbnail. I guarantee it was. I don't even have to, like, think about it. Because all his thumbnails are him making a soy face. And he's like, yeah, I'm not like those other guys. Okay.
The drama content to get noticed. You had to, or else you had to adapt in another way. Whether you became a live streamer that was reliant on crowdfunding, whether you got a ridiculous
How many live streamers are reliant on crowdfunding, though? He says, oh, well, you might have this covering himself pretty much, but all these live streamers I've been watching are not telling me about their bills every day. Like, that sounds like failure talk to me, man.
Over the years, you know, it all kind of came to a head in 2017 when the adpocalypse happened, but the writing was on the wall before then as well, that people kind of saw the downward spiral YouTube was going into. You know, when I started out as a YouTuber, you know, it was the days of milk and honey. And what I mean by that is the ad revenue was flowing like a fucking river. You could put out a video that would get 50,000 views and you'd make hundreds of dollars on it. So I would go buy a sandwich from Burger King, eat it, put the video out, and make $200.
Now look how like happy he is about making $200. In 2017 or so, he literally called $200 pittance. He said, "Well, I used to make now when I do these tries it, I made like $200. That's like pittance, man." And it's like, now that's good. Now that was great. So what the fuck was that about? So in 2017, when you canceled DSP Tries It because was it 2017 or 2018? I think it was 2018 actually. Yeah, 2018. He canceled DSP Tries It because he says his wife was moving in. He's not going to eat fast food anymore. And he also said in that that he's not gonna eat fast food anymore. That also DSP Tries It wasn't making a profit for him anymore. That was $200 and that it was hard. He has literally said that DSP Tries It was hard because he had to get in the car, drive to get the food, bring the food home, set up the camera, talk a bit before he ate, man. Such hard work. But he didn't tell us that, oh, I made $200, man, which he previously said was pittance, by the way. And it was easy. Man, it's like it's either. He lied then or he's lying now. It's really like you can't take DSP at his word. Because all this is just making himself, like he's just painting a picture to have you paint a picture in your head about whatever he wants you to feel. Because that's what he fucking does. And no one enjoys that.
Holy shit. And I didn't put any effort into it. I was just fucking around and I made $200 on a video. All right? But over time, that all went away. And so Rich, who wanted to be a reviewer of tech on YouTube, struggled being a reviewer of tech on YouTube when he saw all of his contemporaries changing. Everyone around him had to become drama. All right? Now, I'm not saying...
Now, I like how like, oh, Rich was looking at his contemporaries and this was going on. But when DSP became a live streamer, everything he did was because of what other people did. Oh, other people have face cam on their streams. I should have face cam. Oh, people do shoutouts. I should do shoutouts. Like everything he does is stuff, and he always uses it to brag. Oh, the trolls say that like I do this, but everyone does it. Why? So it's bullshit. Like that was his go-to response to any criticism. Well, other people do it. Why can't I? Oh, other people get like when he was doing the Twitch bounties, he was like, "Oh, so like other people do sponsors and they don't get yelled at, but I do a sponsor and I get yelled at. Wow, that's very fair." This dude is so fucking fake. That's really why this whole thing. It's like he has his real thoughts is like buried in all this stuff that's fucking window dressing. That's why it's like really hard to take any of this seriously. All this is just him putting on a show.
Rich didn't always talk about current events and things. He did. But that was not the major focus of what he wanted to do on YouTube.
How do you know what his major focus was? How do you know what he wanted to do on YouTube? How do you know this? He doesn't know him personally, but yet he knows all this stuff about him. He knows what he wanted to do on YouTube. He knows his what he aspired to be and all this stuff, but he doesn't know him personally. I mean, when you say stuff like that, you sound like you know him personally. Guys, you know Ann's real purpose, the thing he wants to be on YouTube and Twitch? He wants to be I want to find like a good meme. I don't want to like do something that's gonna like be interpreted negatively. Because I don't want to be that kind of guy. Because Ann's cool. What's a cool thing that Ann could be that he isn't? Well, now that could be taken negatively. Damn it! Fuck. He wants. I got it. He wants to be the Jeff Bezos of Twitch streaming. That's it. He wants to be the big guy. He wants to be the next ninja, guys. That's what he aspires to be. That's why he has a VTuber model. That's why he does all this stuff. That's why he streams. He wants to be the next Jeff Bezos. Because I don't know personally, but that's what he wants to be, obviously. It's that's what this is. Like, and you hear that, and you're like, wow, see, that's kind of fucked. But how do you know what Anne wants to be? It's like, exactly. And DSP does this unironically, thinks this is a cool thing to say, and it's kind of shitty. Because you're kind of insinuating that you know all this stuff about a guy you don't personally know. Like, what the fuck?
That was his name, Review Tech USA, because he wanted to review technology, but he couldn't make a living doing it after a while. At first he was.
And the other thing is that he also goes on and on about how he's like, oh, I feel sorry for people who can't do what they want to do, man. Oh, like, he used to always say this about YouTube. Oh, YouTube is a place where you can just put on your passion, man. You can do a video like dance and this and that, and now you can't. But then when Rich failed, he's like celebrating it. He's like excited to talk about it.
All right. But then, out of all that time period of when everyone else, everything around him is this algorithm, right? He has to change. So, what ends up happening is that he starts looking at his contemporaries. He starts looking at guys like Drama Alert and Keemstar, and he starts seeing, man, if I just talk about
how is Keemstar's contemporary though? Because Keemstar doesn't do tech review. Now I guess he means like contemporaries in the sense of like the modern setting of the landscape, I guess. But it's this kind of bullshit to say all this and assume that's what he wants to be. With this logic, I could say, well, DSP wants to be PewDiePie. Because he screams in his fucking videos. He clowns around. Like, he says that his content is mature and, like, chill and all this stuff, but you watch his content, and it really feels like a children's show. Because he does, like, he does goofy faces, he does, alright then. He wanted to do a little dubstep dance with, for Snow Carl. Now, okay, you know what? I'm gonna call Yoshi out, okay? Yoshi, shouts out. When I go on Twitch and whenever I change the batteries of this, which I should at some point, I get yelled at. Oh, Theo, this is cringe. The automatone's cringe. Okay, but yet DSP can like play around with the fucking dubstep gun and have toys behind him and do like goofy faces that for children and all this stuff, but I can't play my automaton. That it's actually a cool instrument and it's Kirby themed. You know, you think DSP is gonna play with this thing? Fuck no, he probably doesn't know what this is. But yeah, yell at me, Yoshi. Yell at me about the fucking automaton. Fucking idiot. Okay. Let's get on with it.
Stories every day, and I give my spin on them, right? Then I could get views just based on that. And you know what? Shit. That's a lot easier than doing in-depth reviews of technology. And by the way, it's becoming more popular than my actual review content.
Now, this is kind of bullshit. He's insinuating that this content's easier. How does he know? Did he do this content? No, he didn't. Because he claims that the Wings of Redemption React and all these reacts are hard work. Because it's so different and all this stuff. But he's insinuating that what Rich does is easy. Okay, man.
Me being a techie guy and reviewing stuff isn't popular anymore. I need to adapt with the times. And I need to become like these other drama queens on YouTube. Okay? And I hate to say it, it'll work. Because I don't like admitting that. Because I'm not like that, and you guys know that. You know, this is something that people ask me to do over the years. Will you ever do drama videos? Will you do this? Will you do that? And I was always very...
But you do drama videos. You did the Hambo. Well, I guess it's the shipping name for Rainbow and Howard. Hambo. You did that... The Hambo video. He reacted to that. He reacted to... Down the Rabbit Hole videos, he reacted to the Final Fantasy House, and earlier I mentioned how he did videos on the H3H3 video, or the beef with H3H3 and Keemstar. He addressed that. He addresses drama all the time. But, oh man, he doesn't do drama content, guys. Okay.
Very, very reluctant to do it, because I said, I want to be true to myself. I want to keep putting out content that I know I like and I would enjoy watching myself. Content that I feel is meaningful to my audience. And even though it means I might have to adapt over time because certain things that used to be acceptable aren't acceptable anymore, I want to be putting out stuff that I can sleep at night and say, I'm okay with this. It was positive content.
So it's positive content that he gets sleep at night when he made the slave trade joke that people did not take with, right? Like, he says all this, but when people like complained about it, he didn't understand why people were upset and doubled down on it and said that you guys were all bitches about it or whatever the fuck. It was a really weird segment.
People got a good laugh or got something productive out of it. That's the kind of stuff that I want to do as a content
But that's
creator.
also not true either. Every time someone comes into his fucking chat, "Hi Phil, my grandma passed away, and your videos cheer me up." He always says, "Oh well, I'm just playing games, man. It really means a lot to me that you say that, man. You know, my whole intention of doing this game is just to relax and chill, man." But I was saying that his intention is to make you feel certain ways or whatever the fuck. I mean, that's fine, I guess. I mean, okay, yeah, I like making videos that I'm glad people are happy with, sure, but come on.
That's the legacy I want to leave behind, right?
I'm sorry, DSP, that's not gonna be the legacy you left behind. There's too many negativity in your content to leave behind. Like, he has talked more about crowdfunding and slow streams than he has about anything positive. Like, you go to his streams, and it's like awful. It's a miserable atmosphere. He looks miserable in chat. He's like this all the time. Like, it's so weird. Like, when I'm playing a game, this is me pretty much. Like, okay. Like, this is me at like a dead time. Like this, I try to turn around, I try to say something, I try to add something to the video. Like, I might talk about the game or whatever. But DSP has always had this weird fucking face every time he games, and he looks miserable. He looks angry, like, he has a very specific face when he games. And then he talks about, like, I have to beat this game. We have to make progress, man. Oh my god. I'm making progress. Oh my god, there's no progress. Ah! And it's like, that's chill and positive? Like, he hates games. Like, he has said this, like, he doesn't like when games, like, take forever because he wants to feel like he progressed in every session. And, like, yeah, sure, that's great too, but at the same time, like, wouldn't it be more positive to just not focus on that? Like, there's been literally streams of mine when I play Persona, SMT, whatever, where I make zero progress. And yeah, it's like, yeah, it sucks I didn't make any progress, but I still had fun with the stream. Like, and even then I'm not like, oh man, oh fuck this or whatever. But DSP is always negative. And when he's not negative, he's a fucking dud. He's a dull motherfucker, and it's like, it blows my mind that the people who remain there. Like, so many people just dip out after the pre-stream because this is the most you get out of him. And then you can be strapped in for, like, boring ass streams. And the only time DSP gets animated or, like, energized is when money comes in. Like, come on. And that's why I said, like, if he had, like, my level of streams, like, my level of support, he'd probably kill himself. Like, I know that's, like, very negative to say, but, like, if he's so positive, he should be fine making $0. Or, like, a few dollars. Or a few subs, you know? Like, but no, he wants more. He sits there and belly aches. Oh, guys, it's such a slow stream, man. We don't even have, like, 5 subs, man. Like, that Kingdom Hearts stream, he mentioned how he didn't have $10. And he's like, I only have $10, man. Okay.
That just talking about current events all day and over dramatizing them for clickbait views and using the thumbnails. There's no content there. That's fluff. That's my opinion. You could disagree. You can like that shit, and I'm not gonna tell you.
Look at this bullshit. And you can disagree. It's okay. You can like that. I'm not shitting on you, man. But you're saying the content's garbage. But okay.
Not to like it. More power to you to watch what you like. Okay? But I'm true to myself, you know? And I have to be. If I become a sellout, if I become a shill,
and it's so presumptuous of him to say this stuff about Rich, because he's assuming that Rich did this for those reasons. How does he know that Rich did all that content for that reason? What if he was always gonna do that? He's saying as if he knew that's where he wanted to be. Just because Rich says, oh, I'm a lol cow, or whatever. But, like, yeah, it's lame that Rich says that, but he's saying it because he wants to, like, make it so lame to say that, oh, I'm a lol cow, that people are gonna stop making fun of him, pretty much. It's a childish coping mechanism that he's doing it for. But okay.
One who conforms to all the norms to being popular on YouTube, I wouldn't like the content I'm putting out anymore, and then it just becomes the same as every other job I've ever done in my life, and I would hate it. You know, and to some extent, it did become that before I became an interactive live streamer.
He literally has said he loved what he does every year. When he was on YouTube, he literally said, if I didn't like what I was doing, I wouldn't be doing this. That's what he said. But okay.
That happened to me. I was getting tired of just doing the offline commentary, and then when I became an interactive live streamer in 2017, things changed, okay? But to get back on the subject, okay? Rich, having to change his entire format of content to become primarily talking about current events and then eventually spinning that into drama content. Because even he realized just talking about current events isn't enough. Now you have to have a dramatic spin. And now all of a sudden it became less about current events and more about covering topics that were a little bit more hearsay, a little bit more.
But how does he know this though? And when he covers hearsay, like, he makes it pretty clear it's like speculative and there's no, like, you know, whatever. This is really stupid. And DSP has covered the same shit. Like, literally, his pre-stream podcast is pretty much that. Get the fuck out of here, dude.
Gossip. Like I said, I really feel like over the years, Rich went from someone who wanted to put out legitimate content to someone who literally just wanted to make a buck. And he doesn't care what kind of content he puts out anymore as long as he's making a living doing it. And essentially, what Rich has become over the years has been a true to his heart kind of a guy who makes stuff that he loves into a really bad, generic, knock-off Keemstar. That's what he is. Take a look at everything Rich does and tell me that he doesn't wish upon a fucking star every night that he would wake up the next day and he would be Keemstar.
This is really stupid because if you look at what people accuse Keemstar of doing and all that kind of stuff, you really think Rich wants to be that? Like, you can really just see all the stuff that people have said about Keemstar over the years and all this stuff, like both good and bad and all this stuff. Like, do you think that that's what Rich wants to be? I mean, it's kind of lame. And also, like, doesn't Rich and Keem have, like, beef or some shit? Like, maybe not beef, but, like, I don't think they get along. In my opinion, I don't know. I'd assume that they don't get along. I assume. Guys, I'm assuming. You know what they say about that? You know what I mean?
He would have the beard. He would live in the giant mansion. He would drive the fancy car. My God, does he wish that he was Keemstar? Every piece of evidence over the years of everything he's said and done leans towards that fact. That's
so Keemstar takes his shirt off and sucks cucumbers and kisses chickens? Huh? What? Huh.
who he aspires to be. He probably has a picture of Keemstar on his fucking bedroom ceiling, and he probably talks to him at night. Oh, I pray to Daddy Keem that
Daddy Keem.
tomorrow I could be more like you and get more clickbait views and do more shit. Because literally, that's his idol. Okay?
And also, like, just going off of what DSP sees in Keemstar, like DSP has said Keemstar is, like, dangerous and harmful and all this stuff, and for DSP to just off of DSP's own description of Keemstar, you think it's really fair for DSP to consider Rich on the same level as Keem? Like, in that Patreon video, he said that Rich is Keemstar Light, which is, like, a little more accurate to what he means now than now. because it's kind of ridiculous. Because DSP really went out of his way to say that Keem is harmful. He harasses people and all this stuff. But then says Rich is the same? What did Rich do that's as bad as Keem? Go to your stream chat and give you money? Okay.
Alright? It just did.
This is how, like, thin-skinned DSP is. He thinks that Rich is as bad as Keem because Rich pulled his membership, and then people went to his stream chat to say, DSP, Rich cancels membership. Okay.
Okay? So, allow me to give you some examples of things that have happened over the years with me and Review Tech, and why I'm bringing this up today and why I'm putting an end to it as of today. All right? I don't know the guy personally. I don't
know the guy personally, but I can tell you what he aspired to be, what his channel is all about, and all this stuff, but I don't know him personally. Like, you can sit there and say, hey man, I don't like his channel. His channel, like, it was, you know, I liked it when it was doing this, and then he started doing that. Like, that's one thing. Like, people can sit there and say, I like Theo's channel because he used to post pictures, he used to, like, do normal DSP videos that were, like, an hour long, and they were great. Oh, now he has a spinning Chie. Oh, there's a Jacko in the background. Oh, he has a model of Ryuko standing right here. Oh, I don't like what he does now, man. Like, that makes more sense. No one's gonna say, like, I used to watch the Theo aspired to be a good content creator. He aspired to be an artist, and then he failed because, like, he then started making drama content. It's like, it's kind of stupid to really to talk as if you know someone like that. And everything I've said about DSP is stuff that I've experienced with him. I don't know DSP personally, but it's like, the stuff I've seen from his content, like, you could make judgments on me based on what you see, sure. But you can't really claim you know me personally. Like, you don't know me when I turn the camera off, dude. But it's like, whatever. Like, this is ridiculous. Come on.
You know, I never really had any collaboration, nothing with this guy at all. Yet, over the years, he just keeps bringing me up. Allow me to explain to you, all right, why this guy...
I like how he thinks that everyone has an ulterior motive if they want to talk to him. Dude. Rich probably likes your videos. I know, shocker. And wants to talk to you. He also probably thinks the stuff that's going on with you is interesting. Like, that's it.
Is the most untrustworthy, bipolar...
Now, the bipolar thing is a little bit petty, but during that Saturday pre-stream, someone in chat called Rich bipolar. He's like, alright, well, someone in chat said he's, like, bipolar, and I guess that's, like, true. And now he's, like, owning that. So that's cool.
One day he's your best friend, the next day he's your biggest enemy just to get over kind of guy.
But this is another thing that Rich has brought up. And I said this earlier as well. Like, everyone else could, like, talk to Phil, get him on his show, and all this stuff, then shit on Phil, and DSP doesn't care. He understands, like, oh, quartering, he can shit on me because, like, he's just razzing me, etc., etc. But Rich, when he does the same shit, oh, he's trying to get over. He's just trying to get attention. Like, how come, like, when Rich does it, he's doing it for attention, but when Quartering does it, or Wings does it, that's fine. I mean, he lets Wings get away with it because he feels bad for Wings. He does it out of sympathy, and, like, I've said my piece about how DSP treats Wings, and it's kind of annoying, and I low-key feel that Wings probably picked up on it, and Wings probably hates it. Because, like, DSP's acting as if, like, Wings is some kind of, like, suicide case or whatever. And it's kind of fucked up to base that. It's really like he saw, like, that clip where Wings is like, I just have a good game and have a good time. And he thinks that's such a big emotional moment. But in context of what happened, it's like, it's stupid. It's like a stupid thing. And I guarantee, like, I don't know if Wings like laughed at will laugh at it later. Maybe he does. Maybe he does. Maybe he doesn't. I don't know. I mean, if he like Wings, maybe he doesn't because it is kind of like, yeah, you're making fun of someone who cried, but at the end of the day, like, it's not that big of a deal. And he's like, oh, this poor man. Oh, Weeks was crying, and the evil trolls made fun of him. Like, it's like he's like watching an eh, like a lifetime drama about like my 500-pound life or whatever the fuck. And that's how he sees Wings. He sees Wings as an obese guy who can't do anything for himself. And it's pathetic for DSP to think that way about him. Like, you can feel bad for Wings for many reasons. Whatever, fine. Like, you can. Like, you feel bad for anyone. But DSP goes so far beyond that it's like, what?
All right? I'll give you a perfect example.
Okay.
6 years ago, the most embarrassing thing that ever happened to me happened live on a stream, unbeknownst to me. It was called The Incident.
It's called The Incident, guys.
I don't have to go into detail.
I like how he
know what it was, right?
How it has a
Camera
name
was
now.
left on inadvertently during a very embarrassing moment. All right.
All right.
I've talked about this many different times, especially if you want the full details about it. You should actually watch my reaction to the Down the Rabbit Hole video about me from Frederick Knudsen. I did a whole full discussion about it on there, explaining the whole situation, how fucked up my life was at the time, and how it happened.
I look at think that this is all bullshit, honestly.
Rich,
I think he just literally just jacked off for the enjoyment. Like, it's so stupid. Like, he kind of brings it up later again, so this is a little jumping ahead. But he propagates the mindset or whatever, or the trope or whatever the fuck that, oh, if you masturbate, it's pathetic and lame and all this stuff. But who fucking cares? Why does anyone care what you fucking do in your own spare time? Think about that. Like, and for DSP to view it in that kind of way says a lot about him, and it makes him seem way more pathetic than than what really happened. Because when that happened, people just saw that, I was like, wow, this guy fucking beat it on camera. Wow. Blech. And he's like, it was such a downer moment in my life. Like, you fucking beat off and you're feeling fucking depressed? Like, at that point, it's not the action at fault there, buddy. It's you. Like, who fucking faps when they're fucking depressed? I don't know, man.
Out. Now, Rich, again, someone who had brought me up in a negative light in his content before, despite the fact I never knew who he was, all right? Actually made a video
I feel like he
about
did, though, but whatever.
And actually said positive things about me. He says, you know what? I think Phil will be fine. Even though this is the most embarrassing thing possible.
This is stupid. Even DSP thinks that's a stupid point in his little baby brain. Because the camera only showed his face. And he said, well, I can't be canceled because it just showed my face. You didn't see my dick and my goo. And it's like, yeah. So why would he not get any attention? If anything, it did him a favor. Which is why he's gonna be, that's the only thing people remember him for. And he's like, oh, well, it was embarrassing, man. And Rich thought that I was gonna be okay. Like, no shit, dude. No shit. When that happened, no one sat there like, oh my god, guys, Phil is over. No one said that. Come on.
I think he'll be.
He has done way worse things that are worthy of him being canceled over than fucking fapping on stream. It's why I think it's really funny that that the mobile game might theoretically have theoretically ended some of his whales in his content, because there's so many worse things that this fucker has done in his content that should not have cause him to get paid for, you know? But no, this would have ended him, dude.
Right? He has a dedicated fan base who likes his content regardless. They're not going to care about it.
And again, Rich has more faith in DSP's audience than DSP. Yet again, DSP unintentionally admitting that he doesn't think his audience would continue to support him regardless, because he thinks so little of them. He thinks that they would just kind of walk away. Like, if they walk away, they walk away, man. But this dude doesn't pay attention to the people that are there. And that's what's like kind of low-key frustrating, and why I think this guy should not have a fan base. Because I've never seen someone to spend so much time bellyaching about the people who leave. Like, some people might like laugh at some of the things that people might unsub for. That's like, yeah, this is a dumb reason to like not care or whatever. But this dude like thinks that all his fans are just gonna leave him because a random guy is gonna say, guys, DSP beats up kids on his free time. And he thinks that people will listen to that. But it's like, why would they listen to random trolls, DSP? Aren't they your fans? Oh my god.
And it seems like he's spinning it in a way that's a joke, which is exactly what he should be doing.
By the way, Rich gave DSP too much credit for that, by the way, because DSP has said many times that a fan had to email him and coach him how to treat it. DSP did not make it a joke initially, and DSP has mentioned this many times that fans had to tell him how to handle it. Fans had to tell him how to spin the fapping. Like, think about that.
Positive that he's going to come out of this. It's not going to be a problem. And I appreciate when something like that happens because, man, again, that was a low for me. The most embarrassing thing in my life to this point. That is definitely the most embarrassing thing that's ever happened to me. And it could have been the end for me. And to see that he didn't dogpile on me like a lot of other people did, including Keemstar. Okay.
That he wanted to be in his video, by the way. He literally tweeted Keemstar. He can't really shut on Keemstar for being involved when he wanted to be in his show. But okay.
Was actually a breath of fresh air. Okay? And you think, wow, maybe this guy is a little different than the others. And then a month later, Rich makes a video on his channel. DSP Gaming is dying. His views are plummeting. His business is collapsing at the seams. Drastic action needed to rescue DSP Gaming or he will be gone from YouTube. What prompted this?
Now, I like how he's saying what prompted this, but Rich was just making an observation. And I think this was the time where the SOK was in Rich's chat and Rich was talking about it because I was talking to them. And when DSP brought that stream up, he only focused on that Rich was talking to the trolls. And that's what he didn't like about that video initially. But now he's like, what prompted this? But it's like he's making an observation. Anyone can look at your views and say your views are declining. And DSP has said, also over the years, his views were decline. It was on the decline. And also during this time, he had this gimmick where if a stream wasn't gonna have 400 views, he would stop streaming it. Like he would just record it offline. He would record the gameplay offline if it doesn't hit 400 views on stream. That was the gimmick he was going on back then. And Rich was just going off of the data that he saw on his channel. And that's making an observation. And the title, well, I don't think the title is what DSP said it was. I think it was something else, if I remember correctly. But it was pretty much a call to action to help DSP out. And he's like, what prompted this? This is negative, man. But it's like, he's looking at your views. Anyone can make an observation that your views are low, which is a statement. It's just an observation. And it's ironic from this guy who hides behind breaking up slow streams as, I'm just making an observation, man. So if I do a video, right, and I talk about and I observe that he has a week of low tips, and I say he has a slow stream for a week or whatever, is that a negative video? I mean, sure it is, but I'm also making an observation. But he wants to frame it negatively. Because for some, and everyone has done this then before. So many people have made videos about DSP, and he lets that go. Oh, I don't want to talk about this. But Rich does the video? Oh, what the fuck, man? It's like he wants Rich to only be kind. And Rich also brought this up in the first video, where he said, it's not that I'm bipolar or I like you one day and hate you the next. It's that you do stuff I like and I enjoy your streams, but then you do stuff that's like fucked up, and I'm just explaining like what I don't like about your streams. Because DSP wants a cult. When you listen to this, that's really what he wants. He wants Rich to be a yes man because Rich has a big following. So if he could convince Rich to be pigmatized, then he would have a whole other fan base to tap into for money. And that's what this is. That's what this is about. He probably thought at some level he got Rich pigmatized. But then when Rich started to be critical of him, what the fuck?
This flippant attitude. Did I speak about Review Tech USA in any negative way?
And it's also not negative. Like, just stating an observation. Like, actually, you know what? I take back what I said. Me saying that he had a string of slow streams isn't negative innately. I'm just stating he has slow streams. Because if it was negative, what I'm saying, then DSP would be admitting that him saying that his streams are slow is also negative and his streams are not positive. And DSP has also complained about views before. But, I get the meme. It's looking for DSP to do it because it's his channel and it's his responsibility to care, but it's no one else's. But anyone else can make an observation. You can't control what people think. And it's not a responsibility that people bring this up. Like, the thing that he's really complaining about, that what he should be complaining about, and he kind of blankets it, but it's the people trying to push people to tip. And low-key, I suspect DSP does not care. He only stops it once it gets to the point where the regulars start to cry about it and people start to cry about it, then he'll put a stop to it. But if like one person, two people are sitting there saying, guys, come on, man, tip, and guys were like $50 away from the gunners, man, DSP won't say shit until people tell him that it's getting annoying. Because DSP is that guy. And he's upset that Rich is making an observation that anyone can make, which isn't innately negative. And the video is just him saying his views are low and he needs to do something to reinvigorate his channel. Like, that's pretty much, from what I remember of that video very vaguely, is that he's pretty much saying that DSP needs to do something to get people invested in his content. That's not really negative. And the same thing I said about that video he's responding to in this pre-stream. That video is not innately negative. Yeah, it brings up the bank leaks. Yeah, it brings up WWE champions. But he doesn't tell you in that video to believe it. He doesn't tell you one way or the other. He brings it up as like, yeah, people saw this stuff happen. And they just want to know what's going on. And you're sitting there telling people about your bills and your bills, this and that. Like, if you stop doing that, people won't care about this. Like, that's all he's saying. And DSP's acting as if he was on stream saying, guys, Secret Life made a video and it's 100% true and you have to believe it. Like, Rich is probably the only person out there that is kind of saying, like, yeah, there's stuff going on. Like, just directly, because honestly, everyone else, like me, and Lee, everyone, all the trolls, all my homies, we all understand that sure, there might be an air of doubt. Maybe it's not exactly what it is. Whatever. But there's like a 90% chance that it's him, that he's down from the rafters and all this stuff. But we aren't telling people you have to believe it. And all that we've all said from the start is that DSP is bad with money. And you don't really need the bank leaks to prove that. Just look at what he buys. He doesn't put money to spend into getting an affordable PC. He wants the top of the line or near top of the line PC to stream. He doesn't need that. He doesn't take advantage of getting a free PC because he doesn't want to be kind to Rich. He buys shitty ass games. He bought the fighting game collection on 2 consoles immediately. He should have bought it on one and go from there instead of just buying on both consoles off the bat. He spends money on subscription services that he doesn't need. Like, look at when he got the Game Pass trials. he never realized that it auto-renewed until he got like a notification about it. Then he realized. Anyone who's good with money, no matter what, always checks if these trials would automatically put you on auto renew. And if it's unclear, a lot of people are skeptical or careful with their money would say, I don't want to do this trial because I don't know if they're gonna like do a secret thing that I'm not sure of or whatever. But DSP doesn't do that. He's always been bad with money. So you don't really need the bank leaks or WWE champions to prove that. Like you think the PlayStation Premium or whatever the fuck subscription he has is lapsed, and that he's not renewing it? Fuck no! I guarantee you that he has an auto renew. Guarantee it. I guarantee it, because remember when he got the 3rd anniversary collection on Xbox? You know, and he got that because he was saying like, well, I'll only pay for Game Pass Ultimate. That way I have online, I have Game Pass, and I'll cancel the PlayStation Plus and all that. That's why he got the 3rd anniversary collection. And he also got the fight stick for the Xbox. For that reason. And then suddenly, that wasn't the case anymore. He kept renewing PlayStation Plus. After that. The whole point of getting the 3rd anniversary collection on the Xbox out the window. Gone. But guys, he's really good with money. Okay.
No, I didn't. In fact, I think I even mentioned him. Maybe someone mentioned him on one of my streams or whatever, saying he made a positive video about me, and I was like, oh, great, or whatever. But the point I'm making here is he will literally flip on you on a dime if it's a slow day for him. If he feels that there's nothing for him to talk about, he'll turn on you and make a whole negative expose about you, regardless of the fact if it hurts you or not.
But like, DSP's already a public figure, and Rich literally made those videos in response to him, and that everyone was doing it. He's acting as if Rich goes around friending randos online to then expose them, which makes no sense. This guy's insane.
To get personal gain. All right? Now, over the years, I've been someone who has definitely said that I, in the early days when I was a content creator, did not understand the whole notion of responsibility when you have an audience. And allow me to explain myself. When I started on YouTube, and I was at one of my most prominent parts of my career, I was very popular. I was one of the big gaming content creators on YouTube back in the day, over 10 years ago. Okay?
He was a gamer, guys.
I would say and do things, all right, that I didn't understand had an impact. I would rail against other content creators and rip them new assholes, right? I would insult Minecraft and anyone who played it, all right? Those are just a couple examples. But I would say dumb shit, uninformed shit, stuff that I thought, oh, who cares? I'll talk out of my asshole.
So he says this, and he thinks, actually, hold on. I'm
This
going
is what my viewing audience wants. What I didn't realize is that my actions had consequences because I had a following. There were hundreds of thousands, if not more, people who watched my content back then on a daily basis who took what I said as fact. I didn't know that, nor did I really care.
No, this is so stupid. Because the criticism about him in Minecraft back then wasn't that, oh, you're gonna cause people to not play the game, man. That wasn't why people, like, dogged on him. It's that this dude never played Minecraft, and he was shitting on it. And they were saying, like, this dude is shitting on a game he never even played. And he's saying all this stuff as if it's fact. And then he's shitting on people who liked it because he doesn't understand it. Like, that's what people were saying. And he's like, well, I know it was like power that I was hurting people and like hurting the game industry. No, you were just being an asshole. Like, you could just not like the game and say like, oh, I'm not into the game, I didn't play Minecraft, but it's not for me. And that's it. he could also say like, okay, well, I've seen Minecraft around. It's like a little much, but whatever. Whatever. But this attitude he has about Minecraft has been consistent, even after this. But instead of it being negative and all this stuff, he hides behind, oh, I'm making an observation. I'm just saying the clientele of Fortnite are kids. You can't just be that. Why do you think they dance, man? Why do you think there's dancing? And it's like, that's what you're basing this off, and that's kind of childish as well. Like a lot of people who are immature, like when you're in high school, like this is what's going on. Like that's why like a lot of people are like a lot of kids got bullied for doing Fortnite shit in school because these older kids think it's kiddie shit and like, oh, these kids like that. Oh well, no, actually, I take that back. I was wrong. I got slightly wrong. It's all these like people on Twitter who are like older or whatever, and they see these kids like do Fortnite dances and have a good time with Fortnite, and there's been this kind of pushback where all these people, random people, are just shitting on these kids who are just having a good time with Fortnite, and a lot of people are just like, dude, like these kids are just having fun, like let it be. But that would be DSP. Just saying like, yeah, why do you think they have fucking flossing? Why do you think they have like Rick and Morty? And it's like, that's not the case. Like, everyone plays these games. These games are for everyone. That's why they have, like, Rick and Morty and all this stuff, because it's for everyone.
Like there was any personal responsibility for anything that I said or did. Today, I know that things that you can say on the internet have a giant impact on others. And I purposely try to go out of my way to make sure that I don't.
Like, that criticism has damaged him for no reason. Because, again, like, it's not about, oh, he says stuff that's hurtful to game developers or it would make people not try a game. It's that he talks as if he knows what he's talking about when he hasn't even played it. Like, what he's doing now. He never watched a Rich video, and he's talking as if he's an expert on Rich. Like, he knows what Rich is thinking. And it's bullshit.
Fucked up stuff like that will hurt other people. Now, I still make mistakes. I'm not perfect.
Oh,
but
okay.
If you take a look at the Phil from 10 years ago versus the Phil of today, I think you will see a distinct contrast and difference in the way that I behave.
Yeah, he's far more stupid. He spends more time fence sitting when he doesn't really need to, and he's afraid to have an opinion. Like, terrified. Like, dude, I love the rebuild films of Ava. I love the final film, Rebuild 3.0 plus 1.0. I think that is a masterpiece. Sure, like the middle section of it is kind of like that action sequence is kind of messy and hard to read and just kind of like whatever. But I loved the movie as a whole. I just loved it. I ate it up. And there's people who don't like it. And that's fine. Like, I've talked to so many people who don't like that movie, and it's like, I talked to Ann Lead about it, and I think Ann is kind of like middle of the road on that movie. Like, he doesn't love the movie as much as I do, but he doesn't hate the movie. It's like, I think where Ann lands is that he appreciates what the movie attempts to do, and he kind of like, he gets it, but it doesn't hold the candle to what the show did, which I think is like fair, because I don't think I feel even Anno went into the rebuilds with that in mind. Like, yeah, this is probably not going to be as good as the show. People are probably not going to like it, but also on Hideki Anno is also this setting that's like, hey, no matter what I did with Ava, no one liked it. When he did End of Ava, a lot of people hated that movie when that was new and all that. And there were people who loved that movie. But DSP is so fucking terrified of saying, oh yeah, this and that. Like, when you look at Last of Us 2, when he's trying to describe the agenda of it, he doesn't know what he's talking about. Because he tells one dude, oh, the agenda. Last of Us 2 had a very, like, it had an agenda pushing on it, man. Like, it had, it was pushing an agenda. Then someone would say, actually, Phil, just because it has lesbians doesn't make it an agenda at all, man. And it's like, no, I'm not talking about that. I'm saying that Last of Us 2 has an agenda where all the reviewers give it a 10 out of 10. That's the agenda I'm talking about. And then someone else says, well, no, Phil, it's not about the reviewers. The reviewers are playing the game and being honest with it. No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the agenda where, they force in liberal memes into it, man. And he would just keep flipping between that because he wants everyone to hear what they want to hear. He doesn't take a stand for what he believes in or what he says unless it's something that he knows he could discuss. That's why he argues about rollback netcode and all this stuff when he doesn't know what it is. I've read an article about rollback netcode versus lag-based netcode, and honestly, he would hate lag-based netcode way more. But he hates rollback because he first thought an AI determines the outcome of a fight, and then someone corrected him on that. It's like, oh no, okay, never mind. And it's like, what the fuck? You don't even know what you're talking about then. Like, that's the opinions you get from him now. It's just bullshit. He's a bullshit artist. He says whatever one day. Like, it's why when he was talking about Bayonetta 3, I knew he wasn't gonna play that game. Everyone knew that. When it was first announced, they announced Bayonetta 3, well, I didn't like Bayonetta 2, so I didn't care for that game, man. I'm not gonna play Bayonetta 3, whatever, it's a non-announcement. Almost every Nintendo game was a non-announcement at this time as well, since Nintendo claimed videos still, but whatever, he claimed it was a non-announcement. Then when people were just bringing up casually, actually Bayonetta 3 looks kind of stupid, and who cares about it? It's been like 10 years, okay, so and lots of it was on the Wii U, and it bombed, so who cares? But then suddenly he watches a direct or something. He's like, oh, then they show Bayonetta 3. Oh man, this game, I might play it. It might be fun, might be cool. Like, I'm kind of hyped. A month later, well, actually, it's like releasing within a week of God of War, so like, I don't think I'm gonna play it. And I'm a mature adult with a business degree, so like, I don't know if I'm gonna play it, man.
And the way that I conduct myself in my content because I'm not trying to actively hurt other people. Perfect example of this.
But also, it's kind of bullshit about this as well. He insinuated that people who play like in Fire Emblem Three Houses, they had that tea ceremony with your characters. He insinuated that the only people that would do that are people who are lonely, single, and they don't have a girlfriend, and it's to simulate that. When it literally had benefits to it. It could influence the story direction that you're taking. It gives your party buffs and all this stuff. So he really left a lot of buffs on the table by not doing. As far as I remember, I haven't played Three Houses in a long time. But I'm pretty sure that the tea time gives you buffs, with your characters, and he didn't do it at all because he was like, "Oh, wants to simulate dating, man." Yeah, a Nintendo game wants you to date. Okay. Is that why you play Persona? And then he also says he says the same shit about Catherine, Code Vein, and Code Vein, he doesn't even played it, and he's saying, oh, it's a waifu simulator. Oh, it has anime girls with big boobs, but it's like you never even played it. It doesn't even have any of this shit in it, and he's basing it off of nonsense, like literal nonsense. He avoided Code Vein because of bullshit reasons that aren't even true. Oh, I don't say stuff that hurts people anymore. Then play Catherine. Oh, well, no, because it's a weeaboo game, man. And then he thinks that weeb is an offensive term, like, maybe in Japan, but I don't think people care that much about being called a weeb, to be honest. And it's like, it's bullshit. He gets so mad when people bring up waifus, as if it's like this big thing. Oh, but I don't do stuff that hurts people. I mean, come on.
Old Phil would have done whatever and never given two shits about saying or doing.
I'm sorry I'm like hung up on this, but it's insane. It's literally insane. This dude insinuated people who have waifus are lonely people who are pathetic and they don't have a girlfriend. Or whatever. Or that if you're married and you have a waifu, then you have a bad marriage. Like, he said that! And I'm like, dude, you're insinuating a people's relationships that you don't even know of them having waifus. And that's not harmful? This dude would cry if he heard what Rich had to say about his marriage. He would cry about that. And he's sitting there telling people that if you have a wife and you're married, you may have a fucked up marriage. It's insane. Like, that's why it's so annoying. Every time there's an anime game, I'm just like, oh god, he's gonna fucking say some dumb shit. Like, Soul Hackers 2 is coming out soon. And I'm like, he's gonna say something. He's gonna say it's an anime game with waifus in it or some shit. He's going to say it. And then one dude brings it up in a Q&A, like, are you gonna play Soul Hackers 2? He's like, I don't know what that is. I'm like, oh, thank God. Oh my God, thank the Lord. But wait until the game actually comes out. It's scary. Every time an anime game or a game from Japan comes out, it's like, I'm terrified. Terrified of the realization of what could happen. Like, it happened in Danganronpa. There was a scene in Danganronpa 3. There's a lot of dumb shit in Danganronpa, to be honest. But there's just a scene where where they're at a pool and she's in a swimsuit. She's like, oh my god, she's in a bikini. Oh my god, this is stupid. And it's like awful. It's like stupidly triggering, and I don't understand why this dude it is this way. I don't get it. Like, one of my hosts in the Big Bun Game Club hates Persona 4 because there's anime tropes in it. And that is a more logical response than half the shit he says. Because I can understand people who say, I don't like anime shit because it has the same kind of tropes. It has the same kind of stuff that does that anime shit. And I can understand that. But when DSP does, it's just so extra. And it's like, why? Why do this? Why are you like this? It's like that meme of that mother shaking her child like, why aren't you normal? Or whatever.
Doing something. Just a few months ago, people were urging me to start doing React style content, and before I did a single piece of it, I reached out, right, to Wings of Redemption. And I said, hey man, people want me to react to your Down the Rabbit Hole video. Are you okay with that? Because I don't
This is such bullshit. Wings is the most trolled person on the internet. You think he fucking cares? You think he cares that DSP is gonna do a react video? And when he did, Wings hated it. Wings was like, this is dumb. Wings just did not like that video at all. And DSP didn't really give PKE a chance either. He wasn't really he was really biased in that whole react. It was kind of stupid. And when people corrected him on PKA, he got mad at them. Because you could really tell he wanted to really pamper Wings that whole time. He wanted, it's just really fucking annoying. And he brags about permission and all this stuff, but he never once asked for Evil AG's permission to react to his This Is How You Don't Play. Now, I know there's two avenues DSP is gonna go down at the same time, honestly. Because Evil AG initially did give DSP permission to watch it, but I think it was after the Wings react stream he did that he rescinded it. It was that day, I believe. If not, it was during the DSP down the rabbit hole that made him rescind it. Whatever. He rescinds the permission and then privates the video, and DSP never reached out to Evil AJ about it. At all. So DSP's either gonna bring up, well, he did give you permission back then, and then you rescinded it because he's a troll. But if you also look back when people were talking about it, DSP literally has pre-streams. And you know what? People should not forget this. Don't forget he said this. Why would I do it? Why would I bother reacting to troll content when they'll just copyright strike me anyways or whatever? He openly stated that they would not be honest about it or whatever. He said that immediately. And then he goes on recently to say, oh, he's petty and all this stuff. but he didn't ask for permission. And if anything, if he fucking says he knew this was gonna happen, then DSP literally cannot call Evil AJ petty or any of that bullshit, because they're doing what he said they do.
Do something that
So
you
this
would
is
feel
stupid.
is going to be harmful.
That's
to you.
the
I
bottom
know
line.
That what I say and do can have negative repercussions for people all over the internet, and I want to be sure.
Oh, the other thing I almost forgot, the other road that DSP is gonna go down with it too is, I don't need to ask Evil AJ for permission. It's my content. Okay? Did Evil AJ ask my permission to make the video? No. So I guarantee we're gonna hear that. Guarantee it.
React to this piece of content that you don't think that it's going to be harmful. And he actually went out of his way and he gave me his blessing and said, go ahead. I actually feel like that's one of the better documentaries done on me. So go ahead and do it. That's what I've learned over the years, you know. Be responsible for your actions. All right?
Be responsible.
Have some feeling of dignity and responsibility. Understand that what you do on the internet matters, and that people will believe what you say, and that people will actually do things based off of what you're saying, even if you intend that or not. Something that I like may lead other people to like it. Something that I say sucks may lead other people to say it sucks, even if they never even try it themselves. You got to understand that you have that kind of clout and that kind of power when you have a following on the internet. Rich has absolutely no fucking concept of this whatsoever, and he doesn't care. He thinks that life is a joke. He does. Again, I don't really bring up Rich at all in my content unless someone brings him up in the chat and I directly respond, or if somehow
using
he
chat
brought me
as
up
a
today
shield.
in his own content. Then I'll respond. But in general, I don't give a shit about the guy, all right?
I don't give a shit, but if he talks about me, then I'll talk about him. DSP being the meme. He's literally that guy. He's that one troll. I don't care about DSP, so let me tell you all about him.
Again, 6 years ago, I had my most embarrassing moment ever. Now, that was 6 years ago, right? We all laugh at it. We acknowledge it happened. We moved on. I'm a much different guy than I was 6 years ago. I don't make that kind of content. I'm a totally different person. I'm married now. I really do feel like I've had this transformation, and this is like my second wave of content. Up until 2017, it was old Phil, and now this is a new, more evolved version of myself that you guys have seen over the last 5+ years, okay?
Nah.
To Rich, that never happened. In Rich's mind, the one moment of end-all be-all of me is my embarrassing moment, which is why every time he brings me up, he's got a screen capture of that moment behind him on his monitors in his studio. Okay.
I like how Rich's room is called the studio, but we have to unironically call his little playpen there an office.
Okay? And to me, it's like, dude, do you not understand that at some point in my life, I need to be moving on from my past and say that was the past, that was old Phil, he made mistakes.
But why does Rich care? Why should anyone care that you moved on? Wow, I'm proud of you, Phil, that you moved on from fapping on stream, but no one's gonna let you live it down. Like, no one cares. No one cares you moved on. Like, if you did really move on from it, you wouldn't care that people talk about it. Like, that's really the pinnacle of when you move on from something. Like, I've done embarrassing shit too, but I moved on from it because I don't talk about it. It's really to the point I don't even remember it happened. Like, I'm sure there's something that someone might bring up if I did something embarrassing, that they'll say, hey, remember when you did this? When you did this? I'm like, oh, okay, like, whatever. But DSP has this big reaction about it, and it's like, well, no. If you're still thinking about it and you're mocking Rich for still talking about it, then you haven't moved on from it. If it's such a big deal that Rich has that face in your content, you didn't move on from it. Because it shouldn't matter. If you moved on from it, then you truly don't care if people talk about it or not. But he does. He got mad at Elon Musk, or was Equilibrium, one of those people, had the fap phase as their emote. And he was mad because he couldn't get it. He tried to make it his emote and he couldn't get it. But Man, fuck you, Elon Musk or Evil Liberty for having it as your emote, man. I wonder if they're still streaming. Do they still stream? Or do they only stream to troll Phil?
He did fucked up things. I'm not that guy anymore. I don't want to dwell on it. I don't want to focus in on the negative things of
like,
my
you know
past.
what? Okay. I don't. I was gonna spoil Better Call Saul, but I don't want to because that finale is pretty good. So I'll hold off on it because I know there's a few of my homies who haven't watched who are huge fans of it. So I'll hold off on it. But this idea of like, well, I moved on. Why doesn't everyone else move on from it? Like, this is gonna be a pull from reality. You think people who went to prison have an easy time getting new employment after serving their time in jail? Probably not. They probably have a hard time getting work and getting back into society. Like, they could tell people, like, yeah, I moved on, I've changed, I'm not the criminal I used to be. You know, I really want to be an honest living person. You think like that, like a lot of employment is gonna care about that? They're gonna see that the crime that they did and how long they served and all this stuff, and they might just say no. I don't want this guy because, you know, he was a criminal or whatever. That's why there's all these like organizations and all this other stuff that programs that try to help. Oh my god, I can't talk. To help these people get employment and all this stuff. Like, I'm sure it's not easy and it's not hard. Oh my god. Well, whatever. You know what I mean? It's not easy for people who went to jail. Same thing with alcoholics. When alcoholics try to get help, right, and then they go to rehab, they serve their time, and after all of that, there's still this stigma that some people have with them. It's like, yeah, man, sure, you stopped. Okay, dude, yeah, you're clean. Okay, he's gonna start drinking again like in a week. And it's like, yeah, you know, not everyone cares. And yeah, it's kind of shitty and kind of unfair, but that's how it is. Not everyone's gonna care. Yeah, you moved on from fapping. Good for you. No one cares. Like, I'm sorry, dude, but no one's gonna care about you moving on from it. Like, good for you, man.
I want to be someone who looks forward towards a positive future because I've changed. To him, none of that matters. It's just that one embarrassing moment forever. That's his mindset. He's got the mindset of a child. He's got the mindset of an immature teenager who snickers and laughs at sexualized humor.
I really think I mean, teenagers, sure, but he always says sexual content, always in regards to children. Always. And I'm just like, what? Why? Well, whatever. I guess he means teenagers when he says children, right? But, like, this is coming from the guy who makes poop jokes. Because he can't make racial jokes, he can't make sex jokes, he can't do this or that. So he double downs on poop. And I really want DSP to really understand that it really shows how stunted he is as a creative comedic guy. The fact that all he can do is make poop jokes and like really lame ass jokes at a surface level, it really shows how limited this guy is as a comedian, as an entertainer. Like, nothing he does is original. Nothing he does is from him. Like, what is from DSP? What does DSP offer to his content? Like, I drew this. I mean, yeah, this is a stake in the bus and that's Link, but I at least drew that. These are studies of these characters. I drew this. I drew that. You see? I offered that. Pretty cool, huh? But what does DSP offer? The border is made from a fan. He didn't make that. The name of the podcast is from Keemstar. He pretty much gave DSP the idea. To have the junk behind him was from his fans. The toys that are laid out is from his fans. What does DSP offer? Nothing. Oh, conversation? What conversation? Nothing. And he's saying that, oh, well, Rich does this and Rich does that. Well, at least he brings more to the table on his streams than you ever did.
Who thinks it's funny to make jokes about kissing cocks and sucking cucumbers. He's got an insanely immature brain.
Guys, I'm gonna kiss the model because it's gonna be very funny. We're all gonna laugh. See, like, they're there. Bleh. Guys, isn't that funny? Aren't you laughing? If you are laughing, you're immature and you're a child. Got him. Bleh.
And the thing is, he capitalizes on that by appealing to an immature crowd of viewers. They want to see him do dumb shit, and he degrades himself in front of that crowd for profit.
Now, I like how Rich doing dumb shit is negative and stupid and degrading. But when DSP describes putting on clothes for money, he says it's stupid. It's a stupid thing we do. But I guess it's positive stupidity. Unlike Rich, who does negative stupidity. But who fucking cares? Like, oh, I kissed Ryuko. Does anyone care? Is that degrading? Did I degrade myself by kissing a fucking fig? I mean, there's worse things people have said about these figs, and all of them are all jokes. But it's like, who cares? Come on.
He actually publicly states, I'm a lol cow, and I will ride that wave of lol cowness for personal benefit. Rather than, he doesn't understand, all right, that he changed from someone who was leaving behind a legacy of constructive, positive, meaningful content to literally a legacy of shit. He doesn't even care. As long as the money is rolling in every day, as long as that ka-ching comes in.
But like, Rich knows no one cares about his content anymore or whatever, so he's like, fuck it, whatever. You know, hey, if I get paid for it, why not? And at the end of the day, he doesn't have to tell his audience, guys, bills are coming, the day off is coming. But DSP has to do that. And he always brags about it. See, I have to I stay true, but it's really the reason why he's struggling is because this dude is negative. And it's not a feasible business model. The dude who has a business degree is seeing how he has to scrape by and beg and all this stuff. He thinks that's a good business model. Like, how many signs does God have to throw at you for you to realize maybe this isn't viable?
Pays his bills. He actually doesn't give two shits about what he puts out there at all. All right? While everyone on Twitch was busy taking their clothes off,
this is
jumping in
also
hot
a dumb
tubs,
point too.
riding giant pickle ricks for money, I was doing the antithesis of that. I was putting clothes on. I was putting on glasses and vests and hats. I was literally doing the parody, the anti-parody.
Anti-parody. So, because anti-parody is like a negative to what the word means. So, he was pretty much doing what they were doing, dude. But this is dumb. Because he's saying as if like, oh, look how creative I am. I did this as a parody. I did this as the antithesis, man. But that's not true. He wore the vest for free. And then only charged money for it because a random fucker in his chat said, hey Phil, you should put on the vest when you get $100 in tips. And he's like, yeah, okay, we should try that. And then that's where it all began. Just one dude randomly gave him the idea and he did it. But DSP is sitting there saying, oh, I did this as a big commentary thing. And if I remember correctly, I don't think the hot tub streaming shit was even a thing when he started doing the vest streaks. And this guy is like jerking himself off over something that didn't even happen. This didn't happen. This dude is so dumb. And he thinks, like, come on.
Of the fucking sellout bullshit, the lowbrow sexualized nonsense they were doing. I did it on purpose as a way to show you don't have to.
That's not true. He did it because someone told him to do it. He didn't do it because of that. he gives himself way too much credit for something that another person gave him the idea for.
Trade yourself to be successful. That's the easy way out if you have no fucking talent. That's what you do. If you have no meaningful content to put out, you do that shit. And it's very popular. But I don't think anyone's going to argue that the people who do that kind of shit are talented. They just prey on the weak. They prey on people who like that kind of shit, right? Admittedly,
So, how is Rich preying on the weak? Like, who's really going around saying, oh man, I need to see a dude take his shirt off and suck cucumbers? I mean, when they just go watch porn, if they want to see someone suck a dick, why do they want to see the censored version of it? Whatever.
Years ago, that was me making the sexualized jokes, right? The racial comedy. That's who I was. But I realized over time that's harmful. That's worthless. It had a place in.
If he believes this, truly believes this, then how come when he talks about like how he can't say the racial humor anymore, he always frames it as resentment. He resents the change. Like, if I said this, I'd be canceled right now. Oh, you can't say that anymore. Oh man. Oh man. Ah. Like he did all that shit. Like, and it just doesn't come like, because if he really did feel like, oh, this is bad, he'd be like, oh, this is like he'd understand. But he describes it as cringe, when it's just like, yeah, this is actually really fucked up, man. Like, you know, when he saw like the Nazi jokes, he would have just been like, oh man, like that was rough, dude. Like, I'm very sorry that I made that content. But he never really apologized for it. He only apologized it after the fact, and it was like such a oh yeah, I'm sorry. Because when he did the meaningful apology, it was just, I'm sorry you were offended. Like, I'm sorry that you were mad about it or whatever. And it's like, you're not mad about making the joke, you're mad that they're offended by it? Like, what? And then, like, every time he makes it, he does a similar joke. He says, well, it's generalization, man. It's fine. But even then, when people called him out on the slave trade joke, if he truly feels this way, he would have been like, oh, you know what, yeah, I guess that joke wasn't bad taste, I'm sorry I made it. Instead, he doubled down on it. And he shat on the people who called him out for it. He called them trolls. And sure, some are, sure. But if he was truly like, oh, I understand, man, racial jokes aren't funny, then why did he make the slave trade joke? Why didn't you apologize for that? Like, it's so fake. And he only says this when he wants to make himself look good. Otherwise, he would either frame it a different way or whatever. That's why it's like, I don't believe any shit he says when it comes to this kind of segment. Like, you really think he means half the shit he's saying? Fuck no.
Time, that's in the past. It's time to move on and become better, right?
But you didn't become better. Come on.
To Rich, it doesn't matter what he does any day. Right now, if one person offered to pay Rich $10,000 to take a shit live on stream, Rich would drop his fucking pants. Right now, he would do it.
Why is... DSP bragged how his audience has proven to him, which he didn't really do anything with this knowledge, but he brags how his audience proved to him that they'd support anything. He bragged about how he got people to pay to clean his closet out. But I guess that's on sexual content. But he took a pair of underwear and was like, oh, look at this, is the under I used to wear. Yeah, look at this, man. Do they still fit me? But guys, he doesn't do sexual content, but he showed off his underwear. Okay.
Because that's who he is. That's the content creator he is. All right?
Yeah, Rich should be dancing around with his underwear
sad,
like DSP.
He has no limits to where he'll go. To him, life is a joke. Okay? That's fucked up in my opinion. Me, I feel like I have responsibility that I put out meaningful content for you guys. You can come to my streams.
This is stupid though. So he views life as a joke? Like, how do you know he does? You're just off his content? Like, it's content. It's videos. Like, it's kind of obvious that Rich does not take his views that seriously, and it doesn't matter, and people should not take his views so seriously. Or whatever, I don't know, like, who cares?
Popular, and I'm okay with that. As long as I have a audience that's focused on my content and likes the kind of stuff that I do, right? Then that's great. But the point is, I'm not going to degrade myself for a buck. People have said, why don't you do stunts like Rich does and stuff? No, I'm not doing that. That's not who I am.
This dude blows bubbles for 100 likes, then cries if people take their likes back. He puts on vests. Like, those are stunts. I'm sorry, DSP, those are stunts. Like, come on.
Person. I have to be true to myself and true to my heart of the content that I put out. All right? Now, if you don't believe me, because you might not, all right? I had a conversation with Review Tech.
Okay, I got a question then. I got a question, teacher. So he's gonna talk about Twitter DMs, right? So Rich would cheer him and say, "Oh, can you come on my show or whatever?" He's like, "Email me." This dude was in his DMs. Why didn't DSP respond to him in DMs about being on his show? Okay.
Okay? This
Okay.
is behind the scenes. It was not a publicized conversation. I'm not going to read it word for word because that would actually be wrong. But I'm going to paraphrase the conversation that I had with him. Okay? This was random because we were having a conversation completely about something unrelated to anything that we're talking about today. And out of nowhere, he hits me up with a comment saying, dude, you know what you should do? You know that embarrassing moment you had years ago? You should totally put that face on a shirt. And you should sell that shirt for massive profits. Okay? You should. Because you'd really bank on that. And if that were me, and that was what I was known for on the internet, I would do that.
This is the weirdest fucking impression of Rich I've ever heard. I just want to hear it again.
Something unrelated to anything that we're talking about today. And out of nowhere, he hits me up with a comment saying, dude, you know.
Now, DSP also said, like, I don't know if he said after this or not, but he says, like, oh, I'm not gonna read what Rich said word for word. Now he said that, like, and he said, because that would be wrong. Hold on, I just want to catch him saying it.
True to myself and true to my heart of the content that I put out. All right? Now, if you don't believe me, because you might not, all right? I had a conversation with Review Tech. Okay? This was behind the scenes. It was not a publicized conversation. I'm not going to read it word for word because that would actually be wrong.
See, that would actually be wrong. Remember that he said that it would be wrong for him to do it.
But I'm going to paraphrase the conversation that I had with him. Okay? This was random because we were having a conversation completely about something unrelated to anything that we're talking about today. And out of nowhere, he hits me up with a comment saying, dude, you know what you should do? You know that embarrassing moment you had years ago? You should totally put that face on a shirt. And you should sell that shirt for massive profits. Okay? You should. Because you'd really bank on that. And if that were me, and that was what I was known for on the internet, I would do that. Okay?
Such a weird impression, but he's telling you, like, you should just make money off it. Like, it's funny in the sense that people are paying for an O face, but DSP being DS fucking P is like, well, it's embarrassing, I was fucked up and all that time. But you don't, that's information no one needed to know. Like, he really didn't need to tell us that he was, like, fucking fucked up at that point in his life, that he had to fap. Again, if you're fapping for that, like, I don't know what to tell you, because I don't think anyone, like, dude, okay. Everyone type in chat if you fucking fap because you're fucking depressed. Guarantee no one's gonna say it because no one is gonna explain that. Come on. And he's like, yeah, man, I was a broken man. Like, no one cares. It's a fucking dumb face. And what kind of O face? By the way, what kind of O face is this? Yeah, this is a great O face right there.
That's what he said. You should sell your O face on a shirt for massive profits. Out of nowhere, he just says this. It wasn't like it was prompted. We weren't even talking about it. He just says this to me out of nowhere. Okay? Now, I'm not going to read you the entire thing that I respond.
And again, if DSP truly moved on from it, he'd be like, okay, he could have just said no. Like, it's like, hey, I get it, but I don't want to. No thanks. But this is what he says instead, or whatever.
But to say that I was a little upset would be an understatement. Allow me to explain, right? Again, as I just explained, I've made 5+ years of my life a concerted effort to change myself from that person who I was in the past and to become a better guy, both as a person.
But no one cares. No one cares. I'm sorry, DSP. No one cares that you changed in your fucking dumbass journey to be a good content creator, because you're not. I'm sorry. I've seen your fucking streams and they all have been negative. I feel like in a recent recording, there was a spider here, by the way. I don't know where it is. I have not seen it today. So maybe the spider's just chilling. Chilling somewhere that I can't see.
You know, in real life and also as a content creator, I want to be something better than the mistakes of my past, which is why you've seen me change a lot in the last 5 years, and why you've seen my trolls change their focus from my content to, oh, let's try to delve as much into the behind the scenes of his life as possible, because we can't say the same shit about his content like we used to, okay? To give you guys a summary, or maybe I should read this word for word, because this is my half of it, okay? All right. I will read it word for what I say, okay? I am upset that Rich keeps fucking putting that face in his content. I feel it's harmful. I feel that that is a reminder of my failures in the past, how a bad person I was or a broken person I was, all right? So allow me to read you what I responded to him with, okay? I'm glad that you've brought this up because I feel we should have a discussion about it. As much as I owned that embarrassing moment when it happened.
Hold on, I want to hear this. This is
such
a fuck. Okay? I hate. This is what I mean, man. This is what I mean. You hear this and it just sounds fake. It just sounds like he's saying this just to guilt Rich into not using that face anymore. He's trying to strong arm through guilt to get people to stop doing it. Like low-key, I think Rich complied in that, because he did that video on Sunday and he didn't use the fat face. He did use it again in the response video, and to me, like, low-key, if so, the only way that, like, if I put something in my videos, right, and it's something that someone doesn't like or whatever, I would have to understand where they're coming from. Like, if it's something that's like really fucked up and they're like, hey man, like, can you remove it? I would, you know, like, it's like, yeah, you know, hey man, you asked, okay, like, but if it's something that's like stupid, I don't know, like, if someone had like a fat face and I put it on a thumbnail, it's like, I don't know. But this just comes off as DSP is trying to strong arm Rich into not using that face anymore. That's really what this comes off as. Because this dude dramatizes everything. Like, we'll get to it when we get to it.
I'm glad that you've brought this up because I feel we should have a discussion about it. As much as I owned that embarrassing moment when it happened, it also constitutes one of the worst in my life. Behind the scenes, my private life had completely fallen apart. I was living a lie.
Living a lie. This is such fucking trash. I'm glad you brought it up, Rich, and I want to talk about it as much as I own up to it. Like, I don't know, did you own up to it? Because you still get mad. Like, it's so flippant. One day, you might make a fap joke and you'll let it slide. The next, you might get banned for it. You never really know what's gonna happen. It's like playing Russian roulette with that meme. And he acts as if like he's so understanding of it. Like, okay.
I was incredibly depressed at that time. I've thankfully changed a lot since then, both publicly with my content, but also as a person. When I met my wife, a lot of things changed for me. That moment is definitely something that happened. It's definitely documented.
And also, you know what's kind of like bullshit though? This is coming from the guy who started shit in like shoryuken.com or whatever the fuck, and all these IRC chats, all that. goes to Evo or whatever tournament, and he sees this guy that's gonna beat him up because he's like, hey, you talk shit, I'm gonna beat the shit out of you. I am an alcoholic and you cannot hit me, okay? Because like I say things because I drink alcohol and it makes me say dumb things. Like this is like Christian tier level right here. Like, come on. And he told us that, during the Down the Rabbit Hole stream. So how honest is this? Because this dude like went on to instigate all these people. And then it was like, yeah, man. He gave him his home address. And then when someone like calls his bluff, I was an alcoholic and like, and it's like, you're really gonna fucking like act this way, and then you're gonna talk to Rich like this and read this on the stream and think that a lot of people are gonna believe you. I'm sure his chat is in a wheelchair like really hardcore to like fall for it, but I ain't falling for it, bro. Like all this stuff just seems fucking fake to get what you want. It's obvious DSP wants Rich to stop having that phase, and what better way to do it than to make him feel like shit for it? He probably wanted Rich to look at that face and feel like shit for having it. Guarantee he did. Because this dude is a piece of shit.
But it's not the me of today. My wife hates it when people bring that moment up, and she actually gets very sad and upset if it gets brought up on my streams to any kind of lengthy discussion.
No, see, that's how dumb this is as well. He brings up his wife, and I don't believe, by the way, I don't believe Kat cried. I don't believe that she cried over this. I mean, I'll go with the meme that she cried over it because it's fun. It's funnier that way. So I'll go with it. but the reason why I don't believe she cried is that DSP is not a reliable storyteller. He's not a reliable source. Because this dude is like, I guarantee Kat just said, yeah, my ex-boyfriend took me to see all these Marvel movies and I'm burnt out by it. I don't care about these Marvel movies and I went to see them because he wanted to go or whatever. But then through DSP, that story becomes her ex like forced her to see every movie, man. And I'm like, I don't think that's the case because guess what? One of the date weekends that he had her over, he took her to see Spider-Man. And I'm sitting there like, if she was forced to see a Marvel movie and she doesn't like Marvel movies, why the fuck did you take her to see Spider-Man? Like, it's so fucking insane. So that's why when he says all this stuff, I don't believe it. I think what really happened is this Kaz is like, yeah, it's kind of cringe that your chat keeps bringing it up. It's kind of like stupid or whatever. Like typical typical cat. Just saying it's stupid, man. And DSP being DSP dramatizes it because he's talking to Rich behind the scenes and he wants to make him feel like shit about it. And also, why does it matter what Rich does with it? Because Kat's criticism has to do with DSP's chat, not Rich's content. Like, she's not saying, well, when she sees your videos with that face, she cries. It's not that, it's that she cried going to DSP's chat. Now this is an ongoing thing. For some reason, like, every time DSP describes Kat's experience with DSP's chat, it's always negative. And I'm like, it's kind of insane that that's all we hear when it comes to Kat's opinion on his chat. It's never, oh, she's like, she likes the streams and she likes like some of the stuff that you post or whatever. It's always, yeah, she thinks that you guys are stupid and immature. And it's like, do you want people to hate your fucking wife? Like, he does that with everyone. Kat, Jasper, Howard, Rich. And he's supposed to be the positive guy. Yet, when he talks about like, Kat and Jasper, it's like we're supposed to hate them. Oh, Jasper here is to get attention. Like, the Multiverse stream, and he was crying about how Multiverse was doing low support. He's like, no, Jasper, no, I'm trying to talk to people about money, man. He just wants attention tonight. And I'm like, this dude hyped this fucking cat as a positive for the streams we'll be able to see Jasper and all this stuff. And Jasper wanted to get on his lap. No, we have to see him cry at us about fucking money. And this guy's like, Cat hates it, man. When my chat brings it up, good for her. What does Rich have to do with your chat, buddy?
Discussion. So, as much of a joke as you probably think that moment is, I mean, why else would he put my face all over his streams constantly, right? I've said this right here. I see you literally put...
I like how he's surprised he said that. So, maybe he was drunk when he wrote this DM. I wonder the timestamp of this DM, man. I wonder what time he sent it.
My face up on your streams every chance you get. You probably don't realize how insensitive and hurtful that can actually be to people. To me... personally, probably no, but to my wife and others, yeah. You know, she's actually cried a few times when she's watching one of my streams.
I love the streams, by the way, that are supposed to make you forget reality and it's positive and they're chill. He says his streams are chill, by the way. The chat talks about it and she's like, she goes this. That's her. When she sees that, she just
like, it's been tough. You know, my life has been tough.
I haven't had sex in ages. Obviously.
And he says this. And I like that Disney doesn't read the full message he sent to him. Rich did, though. And he says it like, it's hurtful, man. You don't understand. How? How is it hurtful? Because Cat cried? Well, I'm sorry, Cat. Maybe you should have realized who you're fucking dating. I said this, I think I said this in the Cat reveal video. She moves in, she moves in with a guy that gets the most trolling. This dude gets trolled to hell. He has this big hate movement against him. All this. He got swatted in 2015. And she's like, yeah, that guy? I want to move in with him. And he made it a point to say that the trolls ruined his love life with Leanna, all this stuff. And Kat is there like, I want to move in with that. I want to marry that. Like, she knew he fapped. And she cried, Kat, you married this. It's like what it is that it's like she just realized that she just literally oh my god, Theo theory. What if so she was dating DSP, okay, whatever, and she was like, I don't think it's working out with him. As she was thinking that, Subaru Man realized she was cheating on him. And was like, okay, you're gonna be fucking out, bitch. Like, you know, bye. And when that happened, she's like, oh fuck, I'm gonna be homeless at this point. So she got herself cornered to move in with DSP. Because that's the only person she has. And then she's like, fuck, man. Like, I'm stuck here. I guess I have to marry him. I mean, at least I'll get a tax break or whatever, right? Oh, fuck. I guess I'll marry him. I guess. And every day after that, she's like just realizing that she is not in a lovable marriage. Like, that's a super negative Theo theory. But like, why the fuck would you? Why at this point of the marriage would him fapping make you cry when it's the thing everyone talked about for years, and it's the dude that gets the most trolled, and you move in with that? Like, honestly, you probably have a better chance moving in with me, dude. Yeah.
And people won't stop bringing that shit up. We have a new life together here. And that's why I don't dwell on my messed up past anymore. I'm not just a person frozen in time from a moment in 2016 when I did something really stupid. And every time that someone brings this up,
well, all of this are issues that's on them. It's not our responsibility to care that cat's crying. Like, we're posting pictures of DSP's fat face. We, like, this dude goes on and on how trolls are so fucked up, they are making fun of my wife. They should be focusing on me, man. You know, one thing to make fun of me. Make fun of the internet. Make fun of this. Make fun of that. But don't bring up my wife. And then we start making fun of the internet. That's fucked up. Like, what's the next thing that he's gonna suddenly be offended about? Like, this is why no one cares, DSP. Why no one cares about what they say about you anymore. Because it's stupid. It's the same reason why no one cares about the olive branches, the challenges he offers to the trolls. Because he doesn't care. He only cares about no one but himself.
You keep referencing that moment. It's like these last 6 years that I made a really tough effort to change and improve myself and my content.
And the other thing is, this dude is crying and wailing about how we're not acknowledging him for changing. But this dude doesn't give the same luxury to anyone else. The only time he ever gave Tevin like credit for not doing content about him was only because he made money. And it wasn't about like, oh, he's doing streams, man. Like, hey, he's doing Twitch streams, that's good for him. I mean, whatever. It was, oh, he got all those subs. Wow, that's cool, man. It was never about the streams. And that's like why no one cares. Because DSP doesn't care. Like, there's a Tevin video when he talked about, he brought it up, and he said that. It's like, yeah, you know, I'm just minding my business, and this dude brings me up only because I got all these subs, and that's the only reason why he praised my streams and all that, because it's lame. And this dude is like crying and wailing how you guys should care that I'm changing. I don't care. Fuck it. Like, you told us you'd rather have us make fun of stuff that you did on stream. That was something you did on stream. I'm sorry, DSP. I don't care.
Didn't happen and don't matter. And that's just incredibly unfair to me. So, no, I'm not going to put my face on a fucking shirt, and I even said that, fucking shirt, and I'm not going to make an emote out of that, and I'm not going to reference it constantly in my content. It's stupid. It needs to be forgotten, because I'm not just that guy.
I'm not that guy
that did that 6 years ago. I'm a guy who's coming up on having a 15-year history of content creation, and I feel like I should be remembered for that.
No one gets to choose what they're remembered for. No one. You will die on this earth, and and you have no say what you'll be remembered for. You think all the people that made that you know, that's where the saying, oh, the winners write history and all that stuff. Like, you think people are gonna give a shit what you want to be remembered for? I'm sure everyone in history wants to be remembered for all the good they did, and the world will only focus on the negative. Because no one has a say. You will die, and that's that. And this dude is like, you have to remember this. This dude is gonna die, and people are just gonna talk about the FAP incident, and that's all people talk about. And this dude is saying this and saying how Cat cried and all this stuff. Meanwhile, this dude in 2019, I believe it's 2019, fucking pinned, and maybe 2020 actually. I don't know when the Pro Jared shit happened, but when the Pro Jared shit happened, this fucking guy pinned on his Twitter a gif of his O face. He pinned it. And he's yelling at Rich. Oh, you made my wife cry. Oh, the chat, when they bring it up, they cry. This dude had it pinned on his fucking Twitter account. And he's sitting there like, oh man, it's your guys' fault. He pinned it, and he keeps bringing it up when he has the chance. If Rich ever gets canceled, like if someone comes out and says Rich harassed me or whatever the fuck, he's gonna bring that up. Oh, well, at least I'll be remembered for this, while you'll be remembered for that. Even when there was these false allegations, I think there are false allegations, if I remember correctly, about the Game Grumps guy, he brought it up again. And this dude is like yelling at people about that, oh, they'll remember it. You fucking bring it up all the time. It's a little too late to care about this. And this was during the 5 years that you're trying to move away from it. dumbass. And it doesn't really show that you really moved on from it if you really care that Rich uses that phase. If Kat cries over it, that's stuff that you guys need to handle. It happened. She shouldn't be crying about it. That's not what she should be doing. It sounds like these people have very unhealthy coping mechanisms. And Rich also said that this is kind of like evidence that they have an unhealthy relationship. And I think it runs pretty deep, that there's a lot of unhealthy mechanisms that goes on, and it really contributes to a lot of the speculation or basis that DSP is a narcissist, because he's upset that he doesn't get to choose how he'll be remembered. No one does. You think people are gonna remember me for my amazing deeds? No, they're gonna remember me as a Skullgirl simp. I'm gonna die, and someone's gonna see is gonna visit my grave and say, "There he is, the Eliza simp," and I'm gonna be like, in the afterlife somewhere, saying, "Hell yeah, Eliza, step on me."
All strange and terrible events are welcome.
Here's his response, and I'm gonna paraphrase it again, because God forbid I read it word for word.
See how much he grew up? And before, when he was reading the other DM, I'm gonna paraphrase because it'd be wrong. And he claims that he learned that lesson. But every time he brings up, like, God forbid I read it word for word. God forbid. Because he wants you to demand him to read it. Then he's gonna say, well then, you should have complained when I read a DM. Or whatever the fuck. It's fucking stupid. And it's not really fair, because usually when people paraphrase, it's that they give it the same vibe as to what the person wrote. Now, Rich read what he wrote to him, and he said something a little bit different. I don't remember what he said word for word, but you can watch Rich's stream and try to find it yourself. I think he said something. Well, we'll read how DSP interpreted what he said.
Everything's humor, life's a joke. Just capitalize it and bank on it. I would do it.
So he says that, but what all Rich said, from what I remember correctly, I mean, someone can correct me on it, but I think the vibe that when Rich said it, I'm paraphrasing because I don't remember exactly what he said in that DM, but it was something like the fat face can't really hurt anyone because it's a dumb thing. No one needs to know. Like, I'm pretty sure at some point, like, no one really needs to know the reason why he fapped. And it's a silly thing that you made jokes about as well. He posted before on all that stuff. He joked about it in the past. And it's like, you'd get money for doing it that could help you and your wife live in that house. You wouldn't have to worry about paying bills and all this stuff. It'd be another thing to give back to your fans and all this stuff. Another way for them to support you is to buy a shirt and all of that. And it would be something that everyone would buy, not just your fans. And instead of like taking it like that, he reads it like this because he doesn't care. He doesn't care what Rich had to say. And that's why I always like dunk on Rich about when he simps for Phil, because he doesn't care what you have to say, Rich. He doesn't care. He wants you to shut up and praise him.
I literally just said to the guy, this is harmful not only to me and my viewers, but my wife. It hurts my wife's feelings when people act like that's who I am. Rich is like, haha, I don't care. Make a joke out of it. Make bank on it. I would do it. He would literally do it anyway and hurt his wife.
How would it hurt his wife, though? The wife was the one who gets caught masturbating. And she'd get support from that as well. Like, you'd be getting money from people buying the shirt of your face. And it's at your expense, but you said you're okay with people making fun of you. Like this is how it's unfair. Because he says this as if Rich is supposed to know that it hurts his wife's feelings. But, like, this is what's so stupid about this. No one knew Kat cries about dumb shit. But, like, no one has to know that. And he tells us all the time how it's okay to make fun of him and all this stuff. Like, so everyone assumed that, hey, DSP's okay with us making fun of him masturbating. So then he should be able to sell the shirt because at the time, it's also very convenient that we don't know the time frame when this interaction took place. So I don't know when this interaction took place. It could have been last year, the year before, or whatever. So we don't know when when this happened. So how is Rich supposed to know that suddenly now DSP is not allowed, doesn't want to focus on it? And he could have just said, and he didn't have to say what he said either. He could have just said no thanks. And then and first says I would do it and all that stuff. Okay, good for him. Good for Rich.
He doesn't care. Okay, so now you've revealed yourself to the world. You don't care about anything. You don't care about yourself. You don't care about your content. You don't care about family members. You know what I mean?
You know what I mean?
I sound like Howard. I really sound like Howard right now in a video that he made about me.
I love he says this. I sound like Howard, but he doesn't understand why Howard said that. He got mad at Howard for saying that to him, but he says this that he doesn't understand why Howard would ever feel that way, because Howard and Rich are for some reason the only people outside of his own fans that DSP abuses constantly. And it's kind of wild. I mean, I guess he doesn't abuse Howard constantly because he doesn't talk about him anymore, but he did at the time. That React stream really didn't do DSP any favors. It kind of highlights a lot of abusive tendencies this dude has. He kind of admitted he abused Howard and manipulated him, which isn't a positive trait to have.
This is literally directly what he's saying here is I just don't care.
And again, I'm gonna bring this up because I'm not gonna let DSP live this down. Howard tells DSP, I can't come to your party because I need to spend time with my girlfriend or whatever. And DSP guilts him into coming over. And look at him now. My wife, man. But when Rich was like, hey man, I need to spend time with my girlfriend. Fuck you, come over, you're gonna be a piece of shit forever. Like, and he didn't feel anything when he watched that video. He watched it and was like, yeah, man, I did that. This dude is such a piece of shit, man. And like, it's kind of, like, it kind of aggravates me more because, like, it's a shitty attitude. Like, who does this? Like, this is stuff, I self-interpret over the years. Like when I was in college, I was a fucking idiot and all this stuff. And, you know, I go back to how I treated other people back then. And it's not really clear because these people also were not, like, great either. They also kind of did fucked up shit too. So, you know, they're not any better. But I do reflect on that. And so, like, maybe I should have, like, been a better person back then. Maybe I was asking too much of these people. I mean, so, and another friend of mine said, Theo, you're fine. These people, you know, they would always just ghost us all the time or whatever, you know, whatever. And it's like, yeah, I guess, but, you know, whatever. But this is stuff that you get over time. And, like, I do feel bad about how I act. I mean, I've always felt bad about, you know, past Theo. Past Theo is a menace to society. But when DSP looks back on the past, he doesn't feel that. He saw what he did to Howard, he explains how he abused him, pretty much, and how he manipulated him, and felt nothing about it. He didn't feel bad, he was like, oh yeah man, that's... But he kept shitting on Howard anyway. Okay.
As long as I get over, I make a buck on it, that's fine with me. You know? That's not me, guys. It's not. That's not who I am, all right? So you may be wondering, why on earth am I talking about all of this today? All right, I'll tell you why. Because for some weird reason, over the last year, Rich, like, doubled down on the amount of mentions he makes about me.
How did he double down? He mentioned you as much as he always does. And he also made it pretty clear, I feel, that he was mostly a YouTube guy. He doesn't really watch Twitch and all this stuff. So when he went to YouTube, that was like where Rich spent most of his time. So of course Rich was gonna spend more time in the DSP land. But Rich would always come by and give DSP money all the time when he could on Twitch. but Rich was mostly on YouTube. And he's like surprised that Rich hung around and mentions him, but whatever.
Regularly in his content now. Like I said, whenever he has a slow night, it's Dark Side Phil night. Let's watch either his own streams or let's watch detractor content about him. It seems like...
Now look at this. Oh, it's right. Oh, look at this. He did not give a fuck about that when he was watching the Castlevania stream and gave DSP all that money. He loved it. Oh, but now that he cancels his membership? Oh man, fuck this guy.
I'm a third of his content. When there's nothing going on, it's Dark Side Phil time. Okay? A year ago, all right, I was playing Fallout New Vegas as an ongoing playthrough over the summer. He comes on my stream and he says, Phil, I want you on my show. Now, it wasn't like he just asked me or he emailed me. He starts tossing me like super chats. Of course, was it super chat? Yeah, it was super chats because at that point I was on YouTube, not Twitch, I believe, right? And he's like, I want you on.
Yeah, well, I mean, Rich is dumb because DSP would probably see his messages in chat anyway, because literally, Rich has a check mark. DSP homes in on that. That and Derek. If it's not money, it's Derek, check marks, and very specific regulars that kiss his ass.
My show. I want to have a segment with you, or I want to have an interview with you, or whatever it was at the time. Who knows? Because it was probably about the latest drama my haters were talking about, right? That's what he wants me on a show for, all right? To which I responded publicly. I said, if Rich ever wants me in his content, all right, he could contact me via the normal means like a normal fucking human. He could email me, and we could talk about it behind the scenes, or he can DM me on Twitter, and we could talk about it behind the scenes, hash it out, but I wouldn't be willing to be in his content unless it was something meaningful. If he feels like I can add to a discussion about being a YouTuber over the years and how it's changed, gaming over the years and how it's changed, anything, you know, something where it's constructive, not it's about Phil's drama and addressing the haters and the toxicity on the internet. I don't want to be to deal with any of that shit.
So how come the quartering could? The quartering talked about all of that, but not Rich. Okay.
I don't want to do it in my own shit. Why would I want to do it on his show, right? But if ever he had any interest in actually having me in an intelligent discussion, something I could add to, I'd be down for that. But all he has to do is reach out and contact me, right? In an intelligent way, all right? So what happened? Well, I didn't hear from him for an extended period of time. Then he comes back on a stream kind of saying the same thing. I say exactly the same thing, okay? You know, nothing's changed, all right? Earlier this year, the kind of the same things happening again. And I'm like, dude, like we've been here, done that. It's been a year.
Now, I got a question. He just read Twitter DMs.
My contact, I keep telling you, just contact me behind the scenes if you're interested. So eventually he does actually write me an email. What does the email say? Oh, I'd like you to be on my show, but all it's going to be is open Q&A with viewers. We're going to have everyone just coming in, asking questions, and you got to answer them all. And I was like...
No, I like how he says that, and Rich just says you have to answer them all. He probably means that we're just going to be answering Q&A. Like, you don't have to answer everything. I'm pretty sure Rich would have been fine if he said, I don't want to answer that question, or whatever. Or you know, why doesn't DSP just say, well, I'll do it, but I'll just read the question. I'm just gonna answer the questions I want to answer. So if you have like people saying like, oh, well, how big's your dick, or how's cat in bed, or whatever, just don't answer that. But if someone says, DSP, what's your favorite game? Answer that. You know, basic shit. No, I like that when he was doing the Drunken Peasants, when he tried to do that podcast, he openly said, oh, if it becomes toxic, I'll just hang up, I'll leave, and all that. I mean, eventually chickened out and was kind of unprofessional about how he exited that whole thing, because he literally just ghosted them after that, which is really bad. If you don't want to be part of it, you should tell them immediately, not just keep them on the line, you know?
Fuck have you been for the last year? Did you not listen to a word I said? I said if I wanted to address
I
that
told
kind of shit, I
you
would do it on my own show or my own content. Why do I need to come on yours to be standing in front of a shooting gallery of my haters I don't need to do that. Again, if you have something...
Now again, why didn't DSP ask Rich to be on his podcast? Why does everyone need to get filled to theirs? Why can't he get them to his? Okay.
You want me to be involved in, great. If not, leave me alone. Okay? He never contacted me again about being in any show of his. Okay? At all. That was the end of that. As if, the interest is gone. Okay? Now, I don't know what else he said publicly, but that's all I know from my end. All right? All of a sudden, he starts showing up on my streams, and this time, he's not asking of anything for me. Okay? He's actually being positive. He's watching me play Castlevania. He's watching me play other games. He's throwing super chats. He's becoming a member of the channel, and he's actually encouraging his viewers to do the same. So you may have noticed that over the last couple of months, there's some newcomers to my streams who you didn't notice before, or they weren't around before.
Yeah,
right?
like Wicked Grom, everyone's favorite
like,
viewer.
Who are these people? Well, they're actually Rich's fans who he turned on to my content, and I've actually talked to a few of these people over the last few days.
No, I love that Rich did that. When DSP doesn't do that for anyone. The only people he did that for was Kekken, Brian, barely, very barely, Venomous Fat Man, but not really. Because he doesn't even go by that name anymore, pretty much. And Super Blind Dude. And then he also hosted his wife on Twitch, but he did not do that for anyone. Which is why I don't understand, and Rich probably, whatever, maybe he doesn't know that, but whatever, Rich can do whatever he wants, I guess.
I don't understand Rich's mindset of why he does what he does, because I just don't understand it. To me, it's like, you don't play both sides. It's like, either you like someone or you don't, but you have an air of responsibility for what you do on the internet, and I'm trying to talk to his viewers, like, why would he do the shit that he does, right? So anyway, he just starts doing this positive stuff towards me and my streams, and I'm like, maybe he turned over a new leaf or something. Maybe, like, he actually realized that all the harmful shit he said about me over the years...
This dude was posting super chats of fucking shit posting. Maybe he turned a new leaf. His posts were fucking trash. And he still did the kissing chickens, cucumbers, taking shirts off. But when he gave DSP money, he turned a new leaf. Okay.
It's just that. Alright? But then I start hearing, did you know that Rich tonight, his entire night stream, he had nothing to do. So instead, he watched your detractor videos about you and commented on them. He did what?
What?
Why did he do that? Right? Now, guys, I've said this before and I'll say it again. Alright? You may not realize this. Okay? You may not realize this. But Rich also is not above reproach. Rich has quite a lot of haters out there who over the years have harassed the shit out of him. All right? To my knowledge, they've done horrible things. They've doxed him and his family members. They've done, really messed up stuff that should never happen to any content creator, and he does not deserve that. And as bad as he's been to me over the years, bringing me up in negative light, never did he ever deserve any of that shit. Okay? That's fucked up what people do to people on the internet. And I completely rebuke any kind of behavior like that whatsoever. I think it's really, really fucked up when people do that
I rebuke
shit.
you.
Okay? But
Go after Jackie
point
Chan,
I'm
I
making
rebuke
here
you.
is that he knows better because he's seen directly what happens when a negative group of people come towards you on the internet. He's had these horrible things happen to him, okay? So he should know better than to say, tonight I got nothing to do. Let's watch detractor videos about DSP on my stream. Like, wait a minute. You have your own detractors who do horrible things to you, but now you're going to watch videos of detractors of Phil's who do horrible things to him to get content for tonight and make a buck. You don't see the hypocrisy there.
But according to Rich, everything that they said is hearsay, which I don't understand why, because there's literally a video where they showed his wife show up and yell at him or whatever the fuck. I don't know how that's hearsay, but whatever.
You don't see how that's harmful and how maybe someone should say, hey, wake the fuck up, Rich. You're the biggest hypocrite on the planet. if the same thing's happening to you and you say, oh, this is horrible, don't do it to me, but then you promote the shit about someone else that's negative? How do you not understand that?
Man,
right?
the sea of hypocrisy, man. Because he's the same. He's no better. He's actually worse than Rich about it, actually.
Right? So,
But whatever.
So, case in point. The other night he watched a video from someone who over the years has proven that the videos they put out are bullshit. This same person who put out the latest video about me made a whole series of videos previously about my ex.
Now, when he brings up videos of his ex, I wonder, because Sigurd did a video, but I think it was part of the DSP Gaming top 10 worst list of 2017, I believe. And at first, that's when we all thought Cat was an escort service, an escort or whatever. But when it was cleared up, he changed the video. He edited it. He got rid of that. I think he got rid of that segment, or changed it to be like, yeah, people thought this, and it was disproven or whatever. So I don't know if he means that or the video Tevin did where he goes through Cat's past. I don't know. Because it's because I don't remember if Secret did like a standalone Cat video. Because I don't think he did. And if he did, he probably either changed it or updated it or removed it or something. Something like that. But okay, even then, right? Let's just take that at face value, right? Okay, he did a fucked up video. Rich watches it, but Rich, even like that Sunday video, he didn't sit there and say that video is 100%. He said like there's some stuff in that video that is interesting. Like he didn't really gauge his audience to lean one way or the other. But DSP takes it that way because he's terrified that the Rich viewers that went over to his channel are gonna suddenly leave. Which isn't gonna happen because these people are not gonna leave. They love DSP and his content. And they love Rich.
Then about my wife superimposing a fucking horse's head over her face.
Now he says this, but she literally told the internet, I know that meme they called me a horse. I don't care. I know it's stupid. Like, are these people fucking children? They say I don't care, but then they care suddenly. Like Usually, if someone says shit about me, I think it's funny. I think it's funny that some people like go out of their way to make fun of my art style because it's like, okay, yeah, my art sucks. Wow, you got it. You got it, dude. And it's like, it's just funny. You don't really need, and you don't need to even focus on it. But to sit there and say, like, oh, they put a horse face on her. Who cares? I mean, Kat told us she didn't care, and now we are supposed to know that she cares. And also, like, it's, like, not even that harmful to begin with, but whatever.
As a joke, thinking that's funny. Oh, because she deserves that, right? What a nice person on the internet that would do that, right? That's someone who you should give attention to, right? This is the guy who covered the escort saga, which was completely debunked.
Now, I love that this guy also says how has history of saying, separate the art from the artist, man. Why didn't you separate the art from the artist, man? Come on.
As fake, but made a whole fucking video about it as if it was real. Did they ever go back and remove that video and say, oh, sorry, that was actually a joke or a false thing? No, leave the video.
You know what? I'm gonna check. I'm gonna do a live check on my phone because I don't think he kept that video. I think it's secret limited. I mean, I guess technically you'd say now he privated it or removed it because of this, right? Let's see. He does have a playlist called The Weather Cat. He has like 2 playlists for this. Oh, okay, I see why. One's just top 10 worst moments. Okay. One video is unavailable. Yeah, so he doesn't have the video, and I guess the one unavailable video is hidden is that video. So he did hide it, but according to DSP, it's still on his channel. So
because they're getting views and making money, right? This person is a scumbag. What they do is they take all the conspiracies from all over the internet and put them into a documentary, and then
no, like this is a documentary. This dude has such a hard on for documentaries and all this stuff. The initial videos he does are countdowns, but if he's talking about the WWE Champion stuff, it's literally stuff that's like shown. But whatever, like it's stuff you can even just get from his streams too. Like you don't really need the bank leaks. Like literally, just if you remove that, that daily rep has the WWE Champions game open. But whatever.
Out as a video to basically get clickbait views. The person's a piece of dog shit. All right, they're horrible. They're a horrible, horrible person to do this to me or anyone. All right, Rich watches it. Okay, and by the end of the video, he says publicly to his viewers, "Oh, well, now that I've watched this, I'm convinced that all the negative things said about
he didn't say that.
True." So
he didn't say he was convinced. That's what other people told DSP that he said. Watch that Sunday video that he uploaded. The first DSP video he did that triggered this. Rich said, well, allegedly he spends this. Allegedly. Like, he pretty much says that he pretty much keeps the air of doubt around. He didn't say he's convinced. He just says that, maybe I'm like wigging out. But he never said he was convinced. He just said like, well, there's all this evidence out there and all this stuff that shows this and all that. And he just thought it was like interesting, like kind of data that people can find that might coincide with this. He didn't say he's convinced 100%. But no, he's going off what Wicked Grom said.
I'm gonna cancel my membership publicly on this stream in front of everyone. It's like, what? Now wait a minute. Seriously. Wait a minute.
Wait a minute. Let me scratch my head on this.
For a second, all right?
Let's think about it.
Seriously. Even if, as a content creator or a person, you watch that and you're like, okay, I believe it. Maybe I believe it now is true. It's your opinion. That's your right to your own opinion. All right? Even though Rich has all this negative shit constantly said about him on the internet, there's videos just like that about him right now on the internet. He can be watched. And he knows those videos are bullshit. Okay? But he decides to watch one about me and treat it like fact, despite the fact this person has put out...
This dude treated the Down the Rabbit Hole with Wings as fact. Treated PKA like shit when he didn't know what the fuck was going on between them and Wings. And he's saying this about Rich is really Rich. Yeah. Because this dude's like, the PKA guys, they are just trying to exploit Wings, man. How do you know that? How do you know they weren't being genuine and trying to help him out? Like, he sat there and was just assuming the worst. I mean, sure, you could sit there and say, oh, they were just trying to exploit him and all that. Sure, DSP could think that. But he acted as if like it was a fact and drilled it in like that. If he wasn't sure and he just said, like, he could have just said, maybe they do have Wings' best intentions in mind, but this does seem kind of like exploitative because it just doesn't sit right with me in this. But hey, man, if they were just trying to help him, yeah, that I get it. It's just I could also see this being the other way or whatever, and that's all he had to say. Because you're not really being shitty to them. And you're not selling out your belief that they were exploiting Wings. You're saying that it could be either. And you're saying it in a rational way. But DSP is such a baby. He can't think like that. He goes off with a knee-jerk reaction. And then when people corrected him, he got mad about it. And now he's mad that Rich supposedly said that he's convinced. Okay.
shit in the past, and there's a track record of them putting out bunk shit, he still watches it and believes it is fact. I mean,
But what if they're right this one time? He brings up Chicken Little all the time, but he forgets the ending of Chicken Little. Where, yeah, all of the time Chicken Little screamed, it was bullshit, and then the one time he said it was true. So what if this is that situation, dude? Come on.
how dumb you can be, but I don't think he's dumb. I think he does it on purpose, right? Even though he knows it's bullshit and he's been through it himself with his own videos about him. I'm going to believe this one because this is going to create drama for me today. So watch this. Now I can pretend like this is the reason why I'm, canceling my membership to Phil publicly in front of all of my viewers. Cancel. Oh, now everyone.
This makes no sense. Like, this dude is so narcissistic. He thinks this is some big event. But does anyone really care? Like does he? Like, why the fuck would be like, oh, Rich stop becoming a member? I gotta give Rich money now.
Everyone on the internet's talking about it. Rich canceled his membership to Dark Side, Phil and DSP Gaming. Oh, you see, he believes all the slander about him and blah 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 blah. Does it really matter? No.
And how is people saying that he believes all the slander? He believes one thing and he believes everything? Okay.
What it does, it creates a world of shit for me. Because now, for the last week, I got trolls coming on my stream, right? And they're coming and they're harassing me.
Then you banned them. No, I love that he's saying this. They're harassing me, man. But Derek, I mean, I'm not defending Derek, but technically, Derek does get harassed on his streams every day. Because everyone comes in with like accounts exposing what Derek does online. And Derek should be ashamed. He should be ashamed. He needs to grow up. But he doesn't get that worked up about that. He just bans them. And it's like, it's okay, whatever. Like, DSP, if these people are coming to troll you, these weren't potential fans anyway. And you ban them anyway. And these people would come regardless. This is really stupid.
And they're making public statements. Rich canceled his membership. You're a piece of shit. Even Rich believes the slander about you. Even Rich, they don't say slander, they say facts. Even Rich believes that about you and blah, blah, blah. You see what I'm saying? He doesn't understand that his actions have consequences. For me, not him. Okay? The best way for me to get back at Rich would be right now to say, guys, today I'm canceling all my content. We are not going to make any gameplay today. We're going to go on the internet and we're going to watch negative videos about Review Tech USA. We're going to watch
Rich give you permission
back to back, and I'm going to react to them. The Review Tech USA negativity marathon event here on DSP Gaming.
But he has done this to PKA. He has also been negative to LTG, negative to all these people, but okay.
He would get record views.
This is becoming redundant.
I would make bank. All right? I could
probably end the video right now.
Record-breaking fundraising day. I'd probably make enough to buy a PC and then some. All right? I know it.
Guys, I'm doing drama content right now. Where's my money? Guys, give me money. I'm doing drama content right now. Hello? This dude is such a clown. He thinks just because you do drama content is bam, instant fortune. Like, come on.
Because negativity and toxicity sells on YouTube. If it didn't, Keemstar wouldn't exist and Review Tech wouldn't be profitable on YouTube. He'd be a failure. That's why he quit being a reviewer of tech and became this kind of a person. All right? But that's not me. I'm sorry. And if you, why are you trying to be high and mighty? You want to know why? Because I believe I'm better.
Okay, Grandma, let's get you to bed.
That's not me. I'm sorry. And if you, why are you trying to be high and mighty? You want to know why? Because I believe I'm better than that.
How can
This guy constantly whining. Wah, wah.
Uh, he said it though. He said it, not me. He feels he's better than that.
All right? I do. I believe I'm a better person than to sit here and shit on someone all day for personal gain. Even if I can say with the premise, oh, I don't know if all these videos are true or not.
DSP, you literally did that. He did that. He does that for money. Literally, the whole thing when he was going into the Wings of Redemption down the rabbit hole, he said, "I'm gonna assume everything is as fact." Oh my god, this is insane. This is insane. Like, I remember I was watching a little bit of Anne reacting to this. I'm still like working my way through. And even he was watching this like, dude, I feel sorry for people who are gonna react to this. Because this is fucking this is lunacy. And the thing is, it's only gonna get worse. Because DSP has somehow gotten more insane over the years. This has been the only thing that has happened to him over time. He claims he's gotten better, but he's gotten way more insane. Like, it's wild. You know, there's a video where DSP says that like I think it was he called Biasamon a sociopath and all that, and that was like the craziest moment. And then he was like saying that Biasamon like put a gun to his head, like that, and like then DSP said that I have your IP, I have your address, and all that. Like that was like at the time crazy and malicious, sure, but he has gotten just maybe less malicious but more crazy. Like, it is unbelievable. Like, part of me really wants to know what goes on in that household when the camera's off, because it can't be healthy. There's something going on, man. Like, this attitude, this narcissism is, like, so insane. And to a degree, I think it's all that toxic positivity. All these fucking accounts coming in, blowing his, like, fucking ego, has got him so fucking narcissistic. This is insane, man.
You know, even giving public attention to said negativity.
But that's what I'm saying. That's what I mean. He, I think the main crux of it all is the stuff that Rich does, for sure. But also that he watched a Secret Life video. Because he does hate Secret Life videos like that. Like that does like drive him up the wall a little bit.
Is hurtful to that person, which is why I asked Wings of Redemption first before I reacted to his Down the Rabbit Hole. Rich does not care about anyone. That's why he does what he does. That's why he keeps bringing me up, because he feels like I'm the bulletproof guy who's gonna be able to survive it no matter what. He looks at Darkside Phil and he says, man, Phil's had trolls copyright strike the fuck out of his channel. He survived. He's been swatted. He's been doxxed. He's been kicked
I'm
off
at a
of
loss for
every
words
network.
here.
He's been kicked out of streaming here or there. He survived the YouTube adpocalypse. He's the rock against which the waves crash, and he's still here.
Okay, Grandma, let's get you to bed.
He's the rock that the waves crash. This is like shit you hear in a soap opera or some shit. He was the rock to this. Sandra's husband was the rock in which the waves crash in their relationship until he died until he got murdered by his twin brother, Brock. And then it plays that like the soap opera theme.
Phil will not go away no matter what I do, so I can just do whatever I want. Rich, you're fucked up in the head. You're a bad person. You are.
I want to hear that again.
Phil will not go away.
DSP has bragged about how he can't be, he's unkillable. He has a fucking slide that says DSP the unkillable. His Twitter handles were all puns on how he won't go away. And then he insinuates that Rich does the shit that he does because he thinks DSP won't go away. I'm sorry, DSP, I'm the one who thinks that the most. The trolls think that negatively. You're not going anywhere. But that's not why Rich did that, dumbass.
No matter what I do, so I can just do whatever I want. Rich, you're fucked up in the head. You're a bad person.
You're fucked up in the head. You're a bad person. What did Rich do, right? He said, oh, this guy uploaded a video. It might be true. I don't know. Whatever. It is what it is. I don't want to. In the case that it's true, I don't want to give him my membership, so I'm gonna cancel it. And that's where it really should have ended. And then DSP yelled at him on Saturday, and then led to him doing a video on Sunday, and then led to this. But Rich is a bad person. He's fucked up in the head. There's so many people out there that do a lot of bad shit, right? And DSP's acting as if Rich is, like, fucked up. And DSP has seen a lot of fucked up shit. And he's saying Rich is fucked up. Okay.
You are. Because you don't care about the misery you cause me and others. It's not just me. I'm sure others have been the subject of misery because of you. I'm here to tell you today, Rich, because I know you're watching this. Let's not joke about it. You're watching this.
Look how happy he is. You're watching this. You're here. That's why, like, he did all this. He did all this. This is all theatrics just to get a reaction from Rich. If this was some random dumb fuck, he wouldn't care. You think this, like, if it wasn't Rich and it was, like, Bilbo Bagger, you think he's gonna care what Bilbo does? No, he's gonna be like, whatever, he's just another loser trying to get attention. But Rich does it, I have to do a video about it. I have to call him out. I have to shit on the guy. And he's saying this, like, as he's so proud that he figured out who Rich is. But DSP, you said at the beginning of all this that you know who he is, and this is typical for him. So you can't really go on this big rant when you know who he is. Like, you know, it's like the pigs open the door for the wolf to come in, and they're like, "What the fuck? The wolf's eating us? What? Wow, this wolf's fucked up. He came into our house knowing we're pigs."
You can't fucking help yourself. This is you.
Look how happy he is to tell people who they are and this. Like, and this is the guy that demands to be given all these chances and all this stuff, and he's not like that in the past and all this stuff. But he's like, this is you, this is all you'll ever be.
You are drama, okay? You've hurt me and my family with your actions. You have. It's not just about me and my business. It's about me and my family.
Okay, what did Rich do to Kat? Oh yeah, the fat picture, because that makes her sad because she wasn't there? That or
I haven't had sex in ages. Obviously.
Hurt us because you don't care about us. You care about you. All right? How can I put this?
I talked for an hour. How can I put this? How can I put this? Remember, guys, he hates talking about drama and all this stuff, but look how excited he is about it.
All right? As unpopular as I am, as much of a joke of the internet as I am, all right? And as financially troubled and strapped as I am, all right? I'm happy. I am.
Are you? Because if this dude was really happy, he really wouldn't care that Rich did what he did the week before. Like, he wouldn't. But he's happy, guys.
I'm actually happy. And I can say that. I can sit right here and say that to the internet. I can say I'm happy with my life. I'm married to the woman who's the one person in my life I've ever felt this way about, and we're gonna have a beautiful life together, no matter the ups
Like,
and
he's really
downs,
just using his wife to really, like, sell a point.
whatever we go through, right? It's an amazing feeling, all right? I love what I do for a job, okay? I do. I absolutely love every fucking minute of it, all right? It's not that I have to, oh God, there's nothing to do today, let's open up a negative video. I love what I do because I don't have to do that. There's enough positivity and content. If anything, this year, all right?
I don't know,
I've shown-
DSP. If that's the case, then why are you really upset that Evil AJ privated a video? He called him the most pettiest human on the planet. But if he's so happy and there's all this positive stuff that he could be doing, then shouldn't he be happy that he doesn't have to watch a negative video from a detractor channel? But then tells him, oh, you better keep it private forever. Because the second he makes it public, he's either gonna download it and watch it anyway, or he'll do it anyway. But I thought you'll want positivity, Phil.
I can do whatever the hell I want. I can clean out my fucking closet. And I have a positive viewership who loves me for who I am and my personality and enjoys doing anything with me. All right? I don't have to pull stunts.
Then why are you doing this? If you're happy, why did you dedicate your pre-stream to Rich? Any other troll that does a video, he tells us, well, I'm not going to talk about it because it's going to give him attention. I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to watch the secret documentary because that's giving him attention. But he gives attention to Rich. Okay.
To get any kind of positivity out of my viewers, all right? I don't have to take my shirt off. I don't have to suck a cucumber. I don't have to kiss a cock. I don't have to watch a negative video
It's a cack.
to run a business. I can do fun, positive things and still run a business. Do you see the difference between you and me, Rich? You understand? You wanted to review tech and you can't. You're a failure at what you wanted to do.
Again, he doesn't know what Rich wanted to do, since Rich said in his little stream that that's not why he named himself that. That's not what he wanted to do. He did other videos. He wanted to do other stuff from the start. DSP is not really helping his case.
You had to degrade yourself in order to be successful. And
And
you're
again,
much more successful.
he's assuming that he's doing this to degrade himself to become successful, but what if Rich just wanted to do that? What if he was going to do that regardless? How does he know that? How does he know that if Rich wasn't a lol cow, that he wouldn't do what he's doing now? How does he know that? Does he know everyone's future? Does he know that everyone's intention on the internet?
Than me. And that's okay. Because I'm happy with what I do, and I can sleep at night knowing that at the end of the day, all right, what I put out on the internet is not harmful to anyone and probably gave meaning. Because every day I get people telling me, man, I really enjoyed your stream today. Whether it was a nostalgic throwback to a game you played from my
This
childhood.
is shit everyone says to everyone that they like. I mean, I don't know how these people got that from DSP. His content is fucking trash. I don't get it. I could understand it. Maybe it was like 2014 or whatever DSP, but current DSP, I can't see that. It just sounds like a meme.
Childhood, reviewing a new game that just came out, just having a conversation with
Reviewing a new game? You don't do reviews.
This is great content, and I absolutely love this, right? I love this. And that's what means something to me, all right? It's tough. Let me tell you, it's tough financially. Rich made a point in his video. He says, I don't understand. Phil's been having financial problems for 10 years. If his followers keep giving him support, why does he keep having financial issues? Allow me to explain that, because I have explained it publicly a million times, but people don't listen to the explanation. Instead, they make up their conspiracy, okay? When I moved across the country 7 years ago, at this point 8 years ago, I overspent dramatically. I put myself into a huge financial problem. I was assuming I was going to make the same amount of money I always made, and that didn't happen for various reasons. ad revenue dipped on YouTube, my popularity waned on YouTube, and trolls struck the shit out of DSP Gaming with copyright strikes, making this channel lose a ton of attention and viewership that used to be dependent upon for income. All right, my income went woo like this over the course of 2 years. I had to start relying on Patreon. I had to start relying on other things. I couldn't make ends meet anymore. All right. Then when it seemed like things were actually getting better because I was starting to get control over them, in 2017 I found out my tax attorney was doing everything wrong.
But he chose to keep a tax attorney in Connecticut to do the taxes in Washington. Like, literally anyone would have just told you, why would he do that? They're two different, like, states. Like, I don't feel bad for that kind of mistake, because that's really dumb. Wouldn't you rather have someone be on the same time zone as you so you don't have to, like, sit there and be like, because, like, if you have to talk about your taxes and you need to talk about it, like, immediately, wouldn't you rather be able to know what time they're there and not be like, oh wait, okay, what time is it over there? Oh, it's there, okay, I'll call them then, or whatever the fuck. Like, come on.
Tax guy had not been doing my state income taxes at all properly, and I owed thousands upon thousands of back taxes to the state of Washington. So not only was I already in insane amounts of debt from overspending moving out here, but I also...
But this dude said he was put on a payment plan as well. Like...
was in insane debt because I owed taxes I didn't even know about. All right? Now, 2 years ago, I declared bankruptcy. I was granted bankruptcy. All right? All that debt, the unsecured debt, luckily went away, except for the things that are secured, like my mortgage and my car loan. That's not going to go away.
So Rich was saying this at the end of his video, in current year, 2022, and all this stuff's already happened. And he just said, well, I got the bankruptcy, and all this stuff got freed up. Okay, so when are we disproving Rich's statement?
The problem is, I have all these tax issues that are not resolved because I never had the money to pay them off. They put me on payment plans, they put me on agreements, and every time it looks like, oh, I'm getting to a better position, something fucks me over.
But during the bankruptcy saga, he had the vest streak, and he was telling us the vest streak was going into the bills and all this stuff. Like, the only way this could be true is that he was never paying his taxes. Like, but mostly the point that Rich was also having was just saying, like, don't make it your viewer's responsibility to pay your finances. Like, that shouldn't be the concern. Oh, I have bills coming up. Like, okay, we all have bills.
So I don't need to go through every example, but I'll just give you an example from last year. Last year, someone stole my identity. They found a way to get access to a site they shouldn't have had access to. They then decided to...
This dude didn't have a PIN. I really want people to realize that I didn't know this at first until I like heard, like, I looked into it and all that. But they were saying, like, yeah, DSP did not set up a PIN for his bank account. And I'm like, you didn't set up a PIN? Like, I mean, again, you always say to authentication is not safe, it's not foolproof, whatever. But it's better to, like, have all these safeguards than nothing at all. Like, are you good? Like, come on.
Take money from me. Okay? Thousands.
And again, this money was, like, over a course of time. So you're telling me you didn't notice money was leaving your account during that time? It was like near a year of money being taken out, and you didn't notice? Okay.
Of dollars. This was not like, we fucked around. $3,000, $3,000, $3,000. Oh, fuck.
And the guy who got the information openly said he didn't get the money. He just got the statements. That's all he was doing. But okay.
Now I have no money. So now I have to contact my financial institution. I have to contact
Financial?
everyone around me. Every account has to be closed. Everything has to be done from scratch. And it took a long time. It took 2 to 3 months of work and extra thousands of dollars to repair the damage that they did. Okay? I had to freeze my credit report and basically say, what do they call it? They
But
put like a warning on it that says,
I mean, why does he have a credit report? Doesn't bankruptcy you don't have any credit at that point when he's declared for bankruptcy? You have to wait like a period of time before you could open a new line of credit. So this doesn't really matter. I don't know.
do not grant this guy credit because if it's him, it's not him and shit like that. So all this happened last year. Now, I'm not going to talk about it publicly because it's fucked up and I don't want it to happen to other people. And quite frankly, it was a really fucked up time and it was really stressful for me, but I got through it. All right. But this is the point I'm making is what happens when all that shit's going down? Oh, now it's strike when the iron is hot, right? Oh, we know something fucked up's happening to Phil, so let's put out a bunch of slanderous and nonsense about him on the internet to double down on the negativity against him when he's already down. Now, do you think I'm going to address any of that shit? Of course I'm not. In fact, lawyers told me not to. I was told legally, do not address the specifics of anything these people are saying because all it's going to do is hurt you further because of the shit that people find out. And then
But how like, so saying I didn't the money that went to the mobile games isn't me, like that would be used against you. I don't know, whatever.
fuck with you, okay? So, it's hilarious because these idiots are basically now trying to counter what I'm saying in the stream chat, saying I'm lying or saying all the whatever. I don't care what they're saying. I don't know what I
Whatever.
went through last
These
year.
people are doing this. Whatever. I've been through what I've been through. What about the people who've been through that and they know how it happens? Whatever.
All right, but this is the point I'm making. Every time
Whatever.
it looks like, oh, here we go. I'm getting back on my feet. Oh, the tax guy didn't do your taxes right for several years. Okay, so 3 years pass. I work through it. I get the bankruptcy declared. Things are looking better. Oh, now all your information's stolen and everything's fucked up. And now you can't pay stuff for 2 months. And now everything's ruined again for you. And now you're behind again. And this just keeps happening. I haven't had a set of years here where people won't stop fucking with me.
He did though.
So because
I'm sorry, he did. 2017, like, no, not 2017. 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021. Those were times where no one was fucking with him. And where did that money go? Like, what happened to that in that period of time? Because, like, if you look at what happened, right? 2028, like, the only thing that was going on during that time was taxes. And that's taxes. And all people were telling him was that he wasn't taking money out and putting it aside for it.
that, this thing keeps happening over and over and over again, and I can't get back on my feet. Right now, I don't have debt per se, like you would think. I don't have credit cards and shit. I have tax issues because I can't afford to catch up with my back taxes because every time I try, something fucked up happens, and
It's really confusing with these back taxes because it was during Dragon Ball FighterZ saga. He said sometime, "Oh, after this week, I'll be caught up with my back taxes," and then that was it. And then he has on Hate Live. He has a Hate Live where he's like, "Oh, we're done with back taxes. We're done with that shit. Grab your chalice, grab your Fanta. Salud, dude." I guess that didn't happen. I guess that he was just beaming us. It was to fool the trolls, dude. He did that to protect his family.
Everything again.
And also, he's saying, "Oh, I was struggling during that time. The time that he got married and the time he got a cat." Because if you really listen to those times, he said, "I can't get married. It's insecure, man. I could lose the house tomorrow. Why would I get married with that? Oh, I can't get a cat. I don't want the cat to be fucked up because we might have to leave the house." But he gets Jasper anyway. Okay. Like, he says this, but if he's really strapped, then he really should be moving out. But, oh, It costs money to do that, man. He can't do it. Okay. I mean, you can't do anything then. Might as well be homeless. Fuck it.
And this is the situation I'm in every single month. Okay? That's why I live paycheck to paycheck. There's your explanation. By the way, this is not new information. This is information I've talked about over and over, but people ignore it. Much like people like to ignore the factual evidence that I was ever good at Street Fighter. There's documented evidence of it. It's all over the
all the documented evidence. It's just him gatekeeping. He was just cock blocking qualifiers. Oh, but yeah, man, people like to ignore that. Yeah, because you're being an asshole. All these people go to these qualifiers, and there's DSP. You have to beat him to get there because he won't let anyone get in.
Internet tournament results. Oh, Phil was never good at Street Fighter, despite the fact there's 3 years of evidence that he.
And there's also evidence, like someone asked, I think it was Jaha or someone, and he said that yeah, no one really cares about Street Fighter 2 and all this stuff. Like pretty much shooting all this down. The only reason why DSP cares about Street Fighter 2 is that it's like the only game that he can at least try in or something. It's baby mode. I don't know. Street Fighter 2 sucks. I really don't get the love that Street Fighter 2 even got. Like maybe at the time when it was new, it was like it was fucking great. But I just feel like even if I was like involved in Street Fighter at that time, like I was into it, I wouldn't be into Street Fighter 2. It just like the characters look bland, and like maybe DJ is the only one that's kind of cool.
He was never good at Street Fighter. This is what people on the internet do. They selectively discredit facts and selectively entertain conspiracy to create drama. They then profit off of said drama. And when you, Rich, watch that drama on your stream, say you believe it, cancel your membership to my channel, what do you think happens? Do you think that helps me to get back on my feet? Or do you...
What? I love that he says, you think that helps me get back on my feet? Why does he think everyone cares about getting back on his feet? Guys, help me out. Get me back on my feet, man. Help me out, man. He's really talking as if he's a fucking homeless guy. But you at least with a homeless person, like you give him money, he just do what he does. Like you know what's gonna happen. He's like, no one is giving a homeless person money so they get a home. They're probably giving it to them to either get food or booze to make their life like tolerable or whatever. Like that's pretty much it. You know, come on.
Do you think now I got to deal with another world of shit because you're an irresponsible person? All right. So, allow me to adjourn this little shit.
Oh my God.
I'm tired of it at this point.
We're still talking about it.
Allow me to end this definitively. Okay? Ladies and gentlemen, the most embarrassing moment of my life happened 6 years ago. It's well documented. It's never going away. It will probably haunt me for the rest of my life. But I like to feel that I moved on from that. I've been a better person.
He likes to feel
this
this way.
Content creator. All right? I do my best to ignore this type of drama, and I just try to stay in my lane. All right? Sometimes I falter and I fail, but I like to believe that that's my past. All right? That was my most embarrassing moment. There will never be another moment in my life more embarrassing than what happened 6 years ago. Okay? Every single time Review Tech USA turns on his stream is the most embarrassing moment in his life. Because every time...
Is he a fucking child? This is like a childish comeback.
He gets in front of his camera to make content. All right? He has no responsibility. He has no integrity. He's not doing anything positive for the world. All he cares about...
This is so lame. He's not doing anything positive for the world, man. You're making videos on YouTube. You're, like...
...is himself. Every time that he actively decides to suck a cucumber, kiss a cock, take his shirt off...
Also, what's so dangerous, right, about taking his shirt off and sucking cucumbers? Was me kissing Ryuko such a bad thing? Did a lot of people cry about that? Did Kat cry that I kissed Ryuko? I mean, maybe when I get the automaton out, that is negative content because Yoshi hates it. Yoshi cringes. He gets cringe out of it when I play it. Damn it.
scholar. He's showing you what he actually thinks about himself, his content, and his viewer base.
Phil, I literally say the same about you. Funny coincidence. Because you really listen to what DSP says and how he talks about his audience, and you know, like DSP had to describe what produce is. And all this stuff, he over-explains everything. And he has to talk to them like they're children. And then you go to his chat, and it's all garbage. I'm sorry, DSP, you can't really dunk on Rich as much as you are when your chat is literally no better. Like, I've been in so many chat rooms, and I've said this everywhere. I've said this to myself all the time. I don't think I've ever seen a chat room like DSP's. And that's not a good thing. Because this chat is so fucking dumb. Like, I'm sorry. I'm sure maybe there's like a few people that are like decent people. Maybe. But it's so bogged down by LARPers and fail trolls and Derek. Like, it's all this garbage. And he's bragging about his fucking chat right now? Like, dude, you keep people around because they give you money. You're proud of Snow Carl? You're proud of Lights for Soul? You're proud of these people come to your streams? Like, Derek fucking harasses fucking porn stars. He even had a video apologizing. I low-key kind of want to go to a random Derek vid after all this. But I'm terrified. I'm terrified to do it. We'll see. If I'm in a hateful mood, maybe.
He doesn't care at all. He's an embarrassment to the fucking internet. He is nothing but a discount store Keemstar. And he really wishes that he were Keemstar, but he knows he never will be. So instead, he rides the lol cow train. Oh, everyone says I'm a lol cow.
Well, Disney prays and wishes he could be the most positive, loved streamer. And he'll never be. He wishes he was like those corny actors, like Bruce Campbell, for example. I mean, I'm not comparing. I don't want to compare him to Bruce Campbell. Bruce Campbell is great, but the level of actor he is, like he loves doing corny stuff like Evil Dead and campy shit, which is why I like Sam. He's like friends with Sam Raimi, like that kind of style, and DSP probably really wishes he could be that talented, and he isn't. He can't be. Because this dude sucks. Like, I feel at some point with my videos, like that I think that I got that a lot when I started doing videos. That I was like a discount Tevin, and I wish I was like Tevin. And to a degree, like that was the case for a while. I kind of wish like my content was as good as his. But you eventually grow out of stuff, and you eventually like just kind of put your own spin on things. Like I've seen other people in the detractor community grow, like. You know, look at An Lee. He used to just be a mod for me. He sometimes comes to my streams here and there still, but now he does his own streams. He has his own thing going on, and it started off like, hey, your videos like, give me the motivation to do this and all this stuff, which is like cool. Like it's like I think that's like really neat that people get can get something out of anything. And then like it was that. Then he's now doing his own streams. He's streaming Mario Kart with fans. Well, I guess fans. It's weird to say fans, right? Like it's this kind of stuff, but with other viewers and other people, and honestly, I look at his streams. I look at Almighty Fraga. I look at all these people, and it's like, these are people that are probably going to be partner at some point. Like I could see Ang Lee becoming partner. I could see Almighty Fraga become partner, and they've been successful without DSP. Like Ang Lee could definitely do a stream without DSP, and he would get the same amount of viewers. And anyone who dislikes me could probably say that as like a dunk on me, like, well, Theo, a mod of yours is getting more attention than you are, man. Wow. But it's like, people like what they like. I'm doing what I'm doing. Hey, if people come by my streams, it's up to them. Whatever. But I don't let that, like, weigh me down or hold me back. Because the way I see it is eventually I'm either gonna like get lucky and I'm gonna get people to come by, or it's just I'll have fun and I'll do whatever. you know, it's exhausting to sit there and worry about what the could be's, the shouldas, and all this. Like, you know, that will just weigh you down. And I've seen this attitude with DSP time and time again, where he spends so much energy about what other people do and how he's different. Oh, I'm not like these other people. I'm not like that guy. I'm not like that guy. And it's like, it's exhausting to think that way. Like, why not just do your own thing, man? But he never does. He says he does, but it's a lie. It's a lie he tells himself to get himself through whatever he's going through.
I'll buy into that to make $1, right? How about instead of that, you have a lick of decency, honesty, integrity, self-fucking respect, and you put out some content that helps someone? You ever thought of that? Instead of, oh, I got nothing to do today, let's watch negative shit about people all over the internet and make $1 at their expense.
And again, he's assuming that Rich has nothing but negative content. Like, yeah, you might do some negative content, but he has other videos out on his channel that might be positive. He doesn't know. He doesn't even watch his channel. And he's talking as if he's an expert on Rich.
How about you stop being a fucking public embarrassment? Because that's exactly what you fucking are. Listen, I'm way down here on level 1, way below you and everyone else. But I can wake up in the morning and say, man, I'm going to have a good day. I'm going to have a fun day with my viewing.
Man. He should thank Keemstar for that. Because he has been using it to brag all day. And like, yeah, it's not worth bragging about because it's just like, yeah, he's stuck on level 1. All of this, but it's also just pathetic that he shits on Keem, but honestly, if Keem never said that, if he just said, yeah, Phil's a loser, he's a fucking idiot, DSP would really have nothing. And it's more pathetic that way. Like, he could say he's trying to own the meme and all this stuff, but it really isn't at this point. The fact that he takes it so seriously like this, and it's just like ingrained in his content. And again, everything from his content is from trolls. It's from drama. And he's shaming Rich for making like the occasional drama video. But what does it say about him? His title is An End to the Drama. That is Rich from Review Tech USA. Good riddance. And all this. He has an outro that was stolen from detractor channels. And he's saying, oh, Rich is negative, man. He focuses on the drama. But everything that you couldn't come up with a podcast name. The podcast name before this was the Pre-Stream Podcast. That's the best you could come up with. The intros that you had before were from detractor channels. And then when you found that out, you tried to convince them to see the light. But okay, man, you go.
Audience, we're going to have meaningful content, and we're just going to write it out and have a good time. And I know that by the end of today...
if this was supposed to be a positive stream, then he shouldn't have really approached this. He never takes the high road that he brags about all the time. He always joins them in the mud.
I won't have to hurt a single person, and I'll still have fun and make a living doing it. You have to degrade yourself. You have to make negative content.
DSP sees himself? He sees himself as he's like Chuck McGill and Rich is Jimmy McGill. And it's like Jimmy's like trying to tell Chuck, come on, Chuck, get in the dirt with me. And Chuck is just like, you're like a monkey with a gun. Terrible, that's chicanery. But he's not Chuck. He's not Chuck. Man, go check out Better Call Saul. I should add some sound clips from him. Shouts out Bob Odenkirk. I love it. I still use that mug. A person who watched my videos and all that sent me that mug. I think it's, they sent me that mug. I still drink out of it. It's a Better Call Saul mug. It's a great mug. I love that mug. So shouts out.
The living, because you failed as a content creator. It doesn't matter how many subs you have. It doesn't matter how many dollars roll in for you. You're a failure in life.
This is like in the Google, YouTube, Mega 64 missed. I don't remember the name of the video fully, but I know it's missed. There's a scene where like a homeless guy is like going through a trash can. He sees Rocco eating like a hot dog that they planted in the trash. He eats it, and the guy just says, "That's sick," and that's funny because it's like a homeless guy saying that. And here we have DSP who's begging for money, begs for tips to pay the bills, telling Rich that he's a failure. The dude who has to do closet streams, the reaction streams, and has to cope about masturbating on the internet, is telling Rich that he's a failure. Well, at least Rich doesn't have to cope with what he does online.
Deal with it. And leave my name out of your mouth forever. I don't ever want to hear you say Dark Side Phil again.
Yeah?
I'm done with you. You understand? Done. You're never going to be addressed in my content again. You're a joke. You're lower than Keemstar. You're lower than
Keem. Just think about that for a bit. By DSP standards, he's lower than Keem. Okay.
the low, because you don't give a fuck about who you hurt to get by. Well, you fucked with the wrong guy, because I'm not here to be the butt of your fucking joke anymore. Go ahead and do whatever you want. I'm not going to stop you, but just understand.
Do whatever you want, but I'm not going to be the butt of your joke. Well, you are the butt of the joke anyway. Like this is like pinnacle DSP move. To like, yeah, fuck you, man. Oh, fuck, you're gonna fuck me up. I was drunk. I did not mean what I said. Like, come on, man. Like, come on.
Something, all right? I, in my mind, am better than you. Because I don't have to be like you to be happy.
I, in my mind, are better than you.
And that's all I have to say about that.
Okay.
Okay. I'm done. I got it off my chest. So, as a rule of thumb, all right, I am not bringing up this guy anymore. I really want nothing to do with this guy. He's scum to me. He's the gum on the bottom. He is the hemorrhoid on the ass of YouTube that no matter how much preparation.
Someone said, "Oh, I'm wings of hemorrhoids" or whatever. That's a terrible name. That's a stupid name. You think that's funny? And then here we go, Preparation H, and funny how, man, he knows all about how to treat hemorrhoids.
Preparation H you put on it, that fucker keeps coming back. Like, damn, I thought I got rid of you, man. You're back again to talk about me? Like, really? So at this point, I understand the hemorrhoid ain't gonna go away. All right? So what do? You ignore it. There's no... What hemorrhoid? What are you talking about? Who the fuck is RTU? Never heard of this guy. Some fuck... Oh, he sucks cucumbers and kisses cocks. Wow, it definitely sounds like someone who deserves my time, right? Fuck him.
Fuck him.
Done with that. So, I'm just gonna warn you guys, all right? Do not bring up shit about him on my streams. I don't care. It's the same policy as everything else. I don't care about this guy. I never wanted to be ever bothered by this guy. Ever. I don't know why. It's just a history of abuse where he just keeps bringing me up constantly. I don't know why. It makes no fucking sense. Besides, the guy can't make content for his own. He has to bring down others to have content. So fuck him.
It's
over.
Man.
No more. You're not going to ever see me. I'm never being on in his show. I'm never going to address his shit ever again. Oh, Rich made a new... Fuck Rich. I don't care. Who's Rich? Never heard of him. Go fuck yourself. That's my mentality now. All right? So, already I know because some of my moderators came to me this morning and they said, what's going to be the policy regarding Review Tech USA? All right? Listen, here's my policy, and I want to say this publicly too. If you're a fan of Review Tech and you like his content, you're still welcome here.
Oh my god. Oh, thank God. Thank God. The people that gave Phil money can still stick in DSP's content. Thank God. I almost thought he was gonna say, "You guys, I don't want your money." Oh my God. Thank the Lord. Imagine what like. Yeah, why did he have to say that? Oh, you're a fan of Rich? So then how come like if I'm a fan of Tevin, why can't I stay in your chat, dude? Come on.
I'm not the kind of guy that's gonna say you can't like this and like this.
Actually, you're wrong. He gave someone shit for liking both the troll content and him. It's an old video, to be fair. It's like 2017, I think, or 2016. Some guy say, "Oh yeah, like I watch troll content and I watch your content." He's like, wait a second, this guy, hold on, everyone. This guy, like, I see that around. He's like a positive guy, but he's like in detractor videos. What the fuck, man? And he also gave OIC shit for being in an Agent Proper stream, but he's not that kind of guy, man. Man, it's almost like he only wanted to keep rich fans around because they gave him a lot of money.
More power to you. You're still welcome here. All right? But please understand, I want nothing to do with him. So please don't bring him up. I don't care what he did today. I don't care what he sucked, what he took off, what he shoved up his asshole, who he talked about negatively to get a I don't care. I don't want to be involved with his toxic shit on the internet. I have nothing to do with that man, and I never want to ever hear from him ever again. I'm above that shit. I am literally above that shit. What's funny is that shit has so much money in it, but I'm above it anyway. I don't need to deal with that. All right? So please, don't bring it up. All right? And understand, if you do bring it up once or twice, whatever, if you keep doing it and you derail my chat, you're going to get moderated just like anyone else. It's right in the rules. It says don't bring up hater or detractor content. This guy has brought me up enough negatively in his shit that he could be considered that. I'm sorry.
Why can't the Corin be considered that? He shot on you many times.
Could be. He just won't stop. So as of today, I don't want to hear about him anymore. All right? You guys are, if there's regulars of his, I know there's some regulars of his that have actually come here on the stream and been supportive and positive. Welcome. Enjoy the content.
Welcome. Give me your money.
That's not toxic.
Chill.
And shit. Enjoy content that's a lot different. And I'm not going to, hate on you for liking something that I don't, or I don't agree with. All right? I'm not a closed-minded guy. So more power to you. But please don't derail my content. All right? Please don't. Do not derail my content. Talking about him.
Do not derail my content.
This is done. No, my opinion is not going to fucking change on this subject. Rich had the opportunity to apologize. I asked him to. He did not. Instead, he made another negative video about me. So he's done. All right? It's over. That's actually what spurred me to do this morning. He literally made yet another negative video about me instead of apologizing. So I'm done with him.
You banned him.
This
is what's so stupid about this. He wants an apology. He banned Rich from his chat and said, "That's it. It's over." Then Rich did a video responding to what he did on the Saturday pre-stream, etc. He didn't apologize. He did this instead. Okay.
We can move on positively, okay, to the future. This is hilarious. Anime 109 says he watched one detractor video, now he's toxic. He's been doing this for 7 years. Go look at his channel. He keeps doing it. This is like a history, a chronic history of this guy doing this. This is not, he watched one video. He's been doing this for 7 fucking years, dude.
But he didn't do it like that consistently. But even then, if he's done it consistently, why is it a surprise then? Again, it's like the pigs in the Three Little Pigs story. Open the door, let the wolf come in, and be like, "What? The wolf is eating us? Dude, what the fuck? Why did you say you were gonna do that, man?"
It's out of control. Okay. So anyway, that's that. End of the subject. I'm not going to ban people on site for mentioning review tech. You know me. I'm not a jerk like that. But please don't.
I'm not going to ban people who mention review tech, but it's against the rules to mention review tech since he made videos. Sounds like another fun rule that you're gonna be gambling on.
Want to derail my streams with this toxic shit. I don't want to deal with this guy ever again. I don't want to hear from him ever again. Best case scenario, I don't even have to know he exists. All right? That'll be the best case scenario for me. If I never hear RTU Rich Review Tech ever again in my life, I'd actually have a better life. So let's try to do that. Okay.
Why should we try to do that?
Shout outs. So, as you know, Jay, to you personally, because you're here for positivity, not for this kind of shit. I know what kind of a person you are, okay? Thank you for your support. Axiom Infinity did a $5 super chat. Says you should post highlights on TikTok. You can get a crazy amount of views there and link your YouTube channel. TikTok. All right. In the past, I would have been like, oh, terrible idea, but I'll just say, okay. If you can give me more details on how exactly I could do that, maybe.
This dude is so fake. He's only open because he chat on Rich the whole stream. So he has to put on this face. Yo, wow, TikTok? Okay. The first reaction says it all. TikTok! Then he's like, wait a second. Yeah, tell me how it works, and maybe I'll do it.
I'll look into it. James Bertrand has become a member for 7 months. As 7-month hype, just caught the stream now. Sorry, no problem, James. Welcome, and thank you for the support. Okay. No. Dacky, no. Dacky says...
Dacky, no.
Review Tech USA's channel be striked or reported for harassment and bullying. No. I don't condone it. I don't want anyone to do that. No bullshit copyrights. No fucking bullying. Nothing. Leave his content alone. Enough of that shit. Enough of people abusing YouTube. I do not want anyone to do that, and if you do it, you're going against my wishes. Do not touch his content.
Do not touch him. Do not touch Rich. Don't touch him! Alright. I think I'm gonna end it. This is long enough. Guys, you are spared. I'm not gonna put on dairy content. You're welcome. I mean, I didn't want to subject myself to it. It's scary. Like last night, there's all, like, during the Multiverses stream. Was it Multiverses? Yeah. Yeah. A lot of Derek memes were popping up, and I was like, oh fuck, no, and then I heard about him like apologizing to some porn star. I was like, oh, this is fun to know. But thanks for watching. Hope you enjoyed it. Hopefully the audio is good. I did fix the audio from the last video because I heard through Ludwig's stream that DSP's audio was a little too quiet. I did do some test recordings before, and it seemed fine. Hopefully this is better. If not, I'm sorry. Maybe I'll remake the video, maybe not. Who knows? Depends on if I want to. But thank you for watching. I hope to see you next time. Have a good day, have a good week, and stay cool. Okay, enough of that. Fuck this. Fuck, man.